What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Thursday, April 9, 2026, and we are here at the Polderbaan. Runway 18 ride. Runway use is back to what it normally is when the wind is blowing from the south. In other words, Polderbaan primary runway for arrivals, center as secondary, Kaagbaan and Aalsmeerbaan open for departures. And we've got a great show in store for today. Quite a few 747s are underway. A380 is underway, albeit late. And pretty soon the Orange Pride is also going to enter into the Netherlands and will be landing hopefully here. If all is well, it should be landing here. First arrival of the show, Air Canada flight 900, arriving from Montreal. Zoom in. Yeah, Montreal. Maple syrup. Hardly any wind expected for the upcoming hour, so I've left the blimp at home and have the ambient microphone attached to the camera. Should provide a bit better ambient audio of the arrivals and also when the airplane has passed us by, since the microphone is following along with the camera. Wolfgang, good morning. Maria, goedenavond. Welcome to the show, everybody else. See that I forgot to fine-tune my level. Let me do that right away. It was already almost level. And now the bubble is... Yeah, there we go. Right in the center. Got a great show in store. Let's have a quick look. See where the airplanes of interest are all at. Got the live stream that's working, the backside of YouTube Studio. And this is Flight Radar, where we can see airplanes of interest, quite a few. This of course is Jesus flying outbound. Jesus is flying from London Gatwick to Catania. But let's zoom in a little and work you guys through what's coming. Orange Pride is the first arrival around 10:12, so that's half an hour from now. And flying over the north of Wales is the first 747 of the show. 10:32 Atlas, arrival from Miami, Florida. We have an Austrian, Saudia flying over Austria. Expected around 11, so hopefully that will make up a few more minutes. Otherwise it might go to center. Still, if it goes to center, obviously we can still see it from here. You guys know that by now. Over the Atlantic Ocean, we have another 747 arrival from Miami, expected 10 to 12. We have Cargolux arriving from Nairobi, yeah. 7 to 12, so two 747s that are approaching more or less simultaneously. The late arrivals for today are the Emirates A380, expected 10 past 2, so that would make it a Polderbaan landing unless they change the runway use times today. This one I want to be around for it. It is still a bit late. I hope it will make up some time. Compass Air Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, arriving from Dubai. Now ETA 2:37. That is a bit late. If I have to get home and also make a highlights video and have other stuff to do, hopefully it's going to make up some more time. Let's just keep it at that. In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who has joined already. Hope everybody is doing well. Michael, good morning. Jellard, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. Speedy, good morning. Leo, goedemorgen. Han, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Martin, goedemorgen. Joey, good morning. Direct Laguna, good morning. Finlay, good morning. And everybody else, let's see. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. Peter, of course. Senna Shinobi, goedemorgen. Martin R, goedemorgen. Honda, goedemorgen. Quite a few people already present. Marijke, goedemorgen. Now I see that scrolling back to the bottom of the chat no longer works because I went up. Now I'm not sure seeing the last. Oh, right. There we go again. Hey Casper, goedemorgen. Andre, tuning in from Zurich. Good morning and welcome to the show, mate. So, big picture overview. It is a bit cloudy but I think we're going to get more sunshine in a bit. The west is looking quite open. It was cloudy this morning when I left. I think that those clouds are now slowly drifting land inward, because east of me you can see the clouds. South of me it also looks pretty clear, and the wind this morning was from the east to southeast and was gradually turning to the south later. And later in the day will be blowing from the southwest to west. As the day progresses, the wind speed is expected to increase, but we should have single-digit wind speeds here in the upcoming hours. Next arrival, already visible, Turkish flight 1951, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey, A330-300, 3 hours and 5 minutes underway. The next airplane behind it at the 7 o'clock, United Airlines flight 968, that's a 777-200, arriving from San Francisco. The field of wheat is slowly developing. It looks a bit like grassland. There on the left of this field there is another field that's already a bit further. They've sown that the first. Looks like grassland, but I'll tell you, in half a year or so from now, if not less, no, probably less than half a year from now, when they're all maturing and the wheat is actually recognizable as wheat, it will be golden yellow, lovely to see. That should make for a nice backdrop in the upcoming months, and nice to see it develop. Alain is tuning in from Oslo in Norway. Good morning, mate. Ed, goedemorgen. Chico, goedemorgen. Jovax, goedemorgen. Ryan, good morning. Ryan says, above you flies a C-17. Above me are clouds I'm not able to see. I did see a lot of C-17s the last couple of days. I think yesterday I saw 2. They're always flying back to the west, coming in from the east, from Germany. I'm not sure where they're originally from, but last couple of days I've seen multiple overhead each day. Already did their patrol round just as I was setting up. They have already returned to the fire station. Mr. F, good morning. Hey, Martinair is celebrating. He's celebrating 29 months today. Ja, al 29 maanden kijken naar AMS Live, which is Dutch for yes, yes. Already 29 months watching AMS Live. Mate, thank you so much for your long-lasting support. Always a pleasure to have you in our chat. Hope you'll keep coming back for many more months to come. And if anything in the lounge can be improved, let me know, Martin. Dankjewel, Martin, for your support. Thank you so much. That's almost 2.5 years. Incredible how time flies, doesn't it? Now let's quickly turn around. United is about to land, is pretty close to the runway threshold already. You might be hearing Chris Coot. I'm not sure if I think I might just about be able to, oh, what's he doing? He's over there. Ian, good morning. Tuning in from a cloudy West Yorkshire. Well, I think your clouds are also coming this way. As the day progresses, forecast said that it's also going to get more cloudy. And I thought they were even talking, I thought they told this morning on the news that tonight we're even going to get a chance of thunder showers. What? So we're expecting rain overnight, but tomorrow it should stay dry again during the day, so that's perfectly fine. Good for the garden, for all the plants. No need to water them. Nature will do it for us for free. But yeah, it's set to get more cloudy here. It's set to get a bit more breezy here. The wind direction changing from southeast to southwest to west. We'll see. For now, things to the west look pretty good. The west and the south look best. The north, so-so. At the horizon, a bit more clouds. And the east is now, unfortunately for us, the most cloudy. That means that the sun is not shining fully. And looking up, seeing contrails is a bit hard, but I am hopeful that that is going to improve later in the morning. Next airplane on final, KLM flight 1402, arriving from Paris, 737-800. Hey, graag gedaan, Martin. Thank you so much. Martin in Dutch writes, my pleasure. Thank you for the stream, boy. For those of you who don't understand Dutch. Monzi, good morning. Good morning to everybody else. Tina, goedemorgen. Orange Pride, the first airplane of interest, arriving here pretty soon. Hey QJ, good morning. Mrs. Professor, good morning. Behind the KLM, there should be a Ryanair approaching from the left. It's always hard to estimate where exactly the airplane is when you base what's happening on what you see on Flight Radar. There's always a bit of a delay. And sometimes Flight Radar, of course, is blatantly wrong. Case in point, A380s landing in Haarlem. The windmills in the background, slowly spinning, not all of them. Robert, goedemorgen. Phil, goedemorgen. Marvin, goedemorgen. Good morning. Right, there's Ryanair. And next after that should be SAS. That's still flying base. Should be turning in pretty soon. Alright, where's the Orange Pride? I think the Orange Pride has already entered Dutch airspace. Yep. Flying in the vicinity of... Oh, it's just past Bergen op Zoom. So the Orange Pride is in Dutch airspace and shall make an arrival here, approaching via the coast from the southwest. Kunjonko, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. Back at the Polderbaan. The fences are still here. Fences run until the excrement bridge. They're working on replacing the pipelines, the sewage pipelines. Big project. Not sure how long it might still take. But I guess it's going to take multiple months still, probably, based on the tempo the project has progressed thus far. Maar Naomi, goedemorgen. Jorik, goedemorgen. Brandon, goedemorgen. Marvin has to go work. Thank you so much for joining, Marvin. Enjoy your day and see you again soon, hopefully. Ah, and there's the SAS. Airplane ballet. SAS flight 1553 on top. Ryanair flight 420 arriving from Dublin in the foreground here. Traffic overhead outbound, having taken off from runway 24 presumably. Where did I see it? There it is. It's nice and calm here. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently is looking like so. Quite a lot of verticality. Slowly but surely the sun is starting to come out. Lovely. Hey David Wolf, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Welcome back. Ryanair Flight 420 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Is this going to be a spine shortener? Nope. Not really using the reversers either. Alright. Volvo over there. Can you dig it? Hitachi. What are they doing? More structures that are normally not there. The lunchroom. And a pickup of sorts. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The birds are twittering, chirping, chirping. Cleaning car on the cycling path. And this is SAS flight 1553 returning to Amsterdam from Stockholm. 1 hour and 35 minutes the flight time. This is the Siron Sierra Echo Romeo Oscar November. 7-year-old airplane, A320neo. First flight August 2018. Nice. Little wheelie. Zero Mike D is also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. And welcome to the show for everybody else who may have joined. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. It's lovely weather here. Calm. The sun is probably going to get out from behind the clouds pretty soon. Today's highs are expected to be around 20 degrees Celsius, around 70 F. EasyJet A319 arriving from Gatwick up next. Fanblade, good morning. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. It really helps to bring in more people, particularly on these calmer Thursdays and Fridays. The first KLM Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena is approaching the coastline. Should be at my 10 o'clock-ish, but still pretty far out, and against the blue backdrop which we have over there, it's a bit hard to find it. If I'm already able to see it, which I'm not sure I am. In the meantime, the sun is starting to shine here. Absolutely lovely. Should warm up nicely. EasyJet A319, arriving from Gatwick, is next. Hey Richard, goedemorgen. Now, let's see, the Orange Pride is flying over the coast just west of The Hague. So that's making good progress coming this way. Hey Michael Vogel, good morning. Welcome back. First airplane of interest, the KLM Orange Pride is in the vicinity already. Look on flight radar and you can see it flying. It's arriving from Johannesburg today. Should be landing on the Polderbaan soon. Peter says shorts. Well, that's a bit too cold still, but I have put on my new premium organic hoodie. That's it's warm enough to be wearing this. Make it clear to everybody who is here. Not that there is anybody here, but for those who are, who this is. Yeah, I think shorts will be able to wear again pretty soon. If things keep going the way they have been in the last couple of weeks. Temperatures are steadily increasing. But yeah, we'll have to wait a bit longer. I'm already happy that I don't have to wear my parka today. Still have the gloves on, but that's because my hands get cold really quickly. And if anything, you don't want to get cold hands and stiff fingers if you're operating a camera. I'm hearing traffic overhead and I think, yeah, so to show you guys what's visible right now, the clouds are actually slowly but surely drifting land inward. So west of me, I can already see the airplanes that passed by overhead. So anything approaching from the west or once it has passed me by from east to west has now become visible. North of me also reasonably open. So it's to the east mostly. This is where airplanes from Frankfurt are usually headed from. South of me, it's opening up. It's opening up. I think we ought to be able to see contrails from the east pretty soon as well. Shouldn't take too long. Erik, goedemorgen. Smackaroni, good morning. Willem, goedemorgen. Gineke, goedemorgen. Hans, goedemorgen. Stefan, goedemorgen. Japanese characters, Ohio gozaimasu, and welcome back. Good morning. We have KLM flight 741 arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. That's right next to Ecuador. Coming this way. And off the coast, west of me, there should be a half blue, half orange 777. I think I have it. Yes. Nice. Looky here. I spy with my little camera eye a 777-300ER, better known as the PHBVA or Orange Pride. Flying downwind, just having passed me by in the west. Friend Sebastian, guten Morgen. Alan, good morning. Paul, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. KLM flight 741, arriving from Cartagena in Colombia, 78710. 8 hours and 42 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Delta, 6 years old, first flight November 2019. Razor, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else. KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Prague will be next. You can already see it. It's approaching the the glide slope. And I think next after that is going to be the Orange Pride. For those of you joining us later, another quick look on Flightradar to see what we can expect. Have a look. Orange Pride is already here, it's going to land here in minutes, flying in the vicinity of Norwich. Next is the 747 arriving from Miami, should be landing here pretty soon. We've got a Saudia approaching from Jeddah, still expected around 11. That might still go to the center runway, which I expect opens at around 11. We've got another Cargolux arriving from Miami. We have another Cargolux arriving from Nairobi. We have the Emirates flying in from Dubai, and we have Compass flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, now with a better ETA 230. So that's 5 747s, 1 A380, and the Orange Pride. If that's not worth a like, I don't know what is. Sit back and relax if you don't have to be anywhere. Plenty of airplanes are coming, and like Pokemon, we're going to try to catch them all. KLM Flight 1352 established on the glide slope. First arrival, and then Embraer 175. The Orange Pride is flying base and should be somewhere left of it. Right. As easy as I found it when flying downwind behind me. Shut up. Well, speaking of which, here we go. There's the Orange Pride. It's approaching, and the gear is still in. Going to see it. Yeah, there are the hatches. The hatches for the main gear are opening. Main gear should come out now. Yep. Nice. Half side, half front view. I think in photography there's a proper term for it. It's not a profile shot, but semi. Either way, the gear is out. And the Embraer 175 before it is about to touch down here. Hey Jannes, good morning mate. Welcome to the show everybody else. Alright, and another airplane behind the Orange Pride. That's, oh nice, that's Suparna, a Suparna triple. Right, well, the Embraer 175 has touched down, that's good. 2 triples. One shot. KLM Orange Pride. And behind it is Suparna, arriving from Nanjing in China. The Orange Pride is flying as KLM Flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg, and that is of course in South Flight time of the Orange Pride has been 10 hours and 35 minutes. The BVA, of course, being 18 years old already, old enough to vote. First flight of the Orange Pride was back in January 2008. Audrey wonders if there are ducklings already. I haven't spotted ducklings yet. I have spotted Donald here earlier, but he flew away when the firefighters approached. Haven't seen Daisy, but ducklings I haven't seen yet, nor have I seen any other young birdies. No cootlings, no greeblings, no nothing. It shan't be long. Undoubtedly, we will see them soon. And hopefully the herons will stay away. KLM Orange Pride. Let's look and listen. Captain Wheelie! is terrific. Low key, but still a very sizable wheelie there by the pilot flying on board the Orange Pride today. Adri already spotted ducklings in his village yesterday. Well, there should be ducklings here soon, but I haven't spotted them yet. Maybe at the canal near the Kagbaan. Daily Dose of Aviation, good morning, and welcome to the show for everybody else who may have joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. This was the first of a few interesting airplanes that are expected. As you can see in the highlighted message in the chat, 5 747s, the A380, and first of the list, the Orange Pride, has just now landed here. What a landing it was. Next arrival of interest should be a 747 arriving from Miami, which is now crossing the Gulf of Yorkshire, and after that, around 11 should be a Saudia 747, which hopefully is going to make up a few minutes so that it will still land here instead of going to the center runway. But I think that might be the only one. Well, of course I don't know yet what they're going to do with respect to runway use later in the day, but we should see most of the arrivals here on the Polderbaan, if not all, except perhaps then Saudia. Alright, almost forgot Suparna. Suparna following the Orange Pride, which has just left the premises here. Now back to the main platform area. Suparna landing a bit more loudly than the Orange Pride did, unsurprisingly. Rickstedt, goedemorgen. Apple Flaps, goedemorgen. Sertak, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. EasyJet A320 Neo up next. KLM 737-800 next after that. Pieter, goedemorgen. Alright. So, next up is going to be the Atlas Air, which is now flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire. Should be here 10:32. And as I thought was going to happen, the clouds drifting from west to east, now clearing where the sun is in the sky, so looking in the direction that at least the clouds seem to be blowing from away from the west. It looks good. I think we're going to get more sunshine here now from now on, at least for the time being. Later, more clouds are expected, but for now, it looks like first we're going to get our vitamin D in. EasyJet A320 Oreo. Oreo. And Glackham Track is also back, that rhymes. Celebrating a membership anniversary for 5 months of membership. Time flies when you're having fun. Glackham Track rides. Welcome back, Glackham Track, and thank you so much for your long-lasting support. 5 months. And I hope they have been to your liking. If anything can be improved in the lounge, do let me know. And I'll see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member in the lounge, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Welcome back, Glackham Track, and congratulations on 5 months of membership. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Indeed, super weather. Marcel, goedemorgen. Matt and Fredda, good morning. Metin is flying in from Stockholm on April 20 for a couple of days of plane spotting. Oh, I hope you'll have good weather. For now, things look good. We're not getting any cold weather or prolonged periods of rain, at least in the upcoming 2 weeks. At least that's what the forecasts are saying right now, but you know what the forecasts are, unreliable. But it should be good this time of year, on average. Sebo, goedemorgen. And I'm happy to hear that, Black on the track. If anything is amiss, or if you do have any suggestions for improvements, do let me know. Feel free to reach out to me if you feel anything can be improved. Paddy, the theater dog, good morning. Time up next, flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. That's a 737-800. Right there. Standard livery, 2 hours and 35 minutes on the way. Let's see what else is coming this way. Zooming out on Flight Radar a little bit, I can see there's plenty of airplanes coming to Schiphol, but it does look like most of them are narrow bodies in the immediate proximity of the airport. Anything big? Yes, there is a 777 now flying in the southwest of the Netherlands that's arriving from Cape Town. That's another 777. Looks like that will be the... Oh, well, yeah, no, I'm unsure if the 747 is going to be the next wide body or if it's going to be the KLM triple. Look on Flight Radar, you can see that at the 8 o'clock of the 747 that is now approaching over the Gulf of Yorkshire, there is the Corendon World to Fly A350-900 arriving from Curaçao, Willemstad. So that's at least 3 wide bodies that should be landing pretty close to one another, after one another here on the Polderbaan. Before then, still a nice mix of narrow bodies. Was looking behind me, sounded like something was approaching, but not seeing anything. Might be that the wind is carrying ambient sounds this way. Hey Frank, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Hope you were in time to see the orange pride land just now. Five 747s on the way, the A380. Well, and then the orange pride already landed. Wind slowly seems to be picking up, ever so slightly. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke is getting a little bit more horizontal. Still, not much to write home about. The water here in the canal is still calm. Few minor ripples. And the windmills in the background also not spinning very hard. That might be because of why there is little wind, if they are the cause of it, which is still debatable. And not everybody seems to agree on that. I think it's particularly Captain Jerry who thinks that the windmills should be turned off if it's blowing too hard because they are the cause of it. So, the excrement bridge is still here, but they are busy working further up ahead, or maybe I should say down ahead. It's more to the south. Not here on this side of the parking lot of the Spottersplatz. The pipes are still here. They are working just north of the roundabout that's at the beginning of the cycling path over here. And I also, when I was here last time, a couple of weeks ago, I drove to where I usually stand for the arrivals. They're working over there. Had a look to see if there is an opportunity to get there. You can go there, but I think it's probably private land, and you still are faced with all the construction in the foreground between you and the airplane. So going there, not yet the best. Although it is the best location to be filming well, it's a very good location to be filming departures from if the runway is in use for departures. I'm also looking to maybe one day, sometime soon, go back again to the very north of the runway, where you, if the Polderbaan is used for arrivals, see them more or less the same way as at the Kaagbaan. If you recall, if you're a long-time viewer, you might recall that we've been there before at some point, where the airplanes pass by, more overhead, more like how it happens at the Kaagbaan. Problem is, you need to find a parking spot, and there are a handful of them right where these houses are. This is a small municipality called Boezingelieden. Lots of entrances and exits of homes and companies, and you cannot park in front of those. In between there are a handful of spots, but last time I was there it was all filled, and particularly on weekdays it's probably even more difficult to get a parking spot over there than it is at the Kaagbaan. Ah, that's a pity, Frank. Frank just missed the Orange Pride. Well, there's always replay. I will absolutely include it. Obviously, I will include it in the highlight reel that will follow later today. Still, you are in time for all the 747s, all the quads. So that's the silver lining. Hi Tom, goedemorgen, good morning. Joop, goedemorgen, good morning. Jacob's phone, good morning, goedemorgen. Glenn Martin, good morning. Tuning in from Auckland, New Zealand. More Kiwis in the house, representing Down Under. How's the Down Under representation today? The Aussies and the Kiwis, how many of them are watching today? How many of you, I should say? Rocket Boy, good morning. Marcus, goedemorgen. Lufty up next, flight 988, arriving from Frankfurt. Star Alliance livery, Karen Captain in the back. What more could a person wish for? I think the wind is carrying the sound of a GE90 being started from the main platform area to here. So far, just two. We're all preparing for the cyclone coming in the weekend. Are you guys having a cyclone coming to visit? What? I didn't even realize they came that far south. Gerrit proposes that maybe I should come by bike with a cart after it. I think I could strap the utility cart to my bicycle. I'm not sure if my tripod would shake off it as I was cycling this way. Yeah, that would be an ideal option, wouldn't it? What I need is a hench person who can drop me off at the right location and then park the car elsewhere. That would be best, actually. It's the same with filming from the other location, from the other side of this runway, which I've been dying to do for a while now, because particularly in the morning when you stand on that side of the runway, you have the right lighting. But it's not allowed to park your car in that street. People do it, but that's of course at the risk of getting a fine. The sign, this is the other side of this sign will tell you it's illegal to stop even. And when you enter this street, you'll get signs that say it's not allowed to park. Which means that if you want to abide by the rules, you'd also have to find a parking spot again in that strip of houses and buildings over there that is called Boezingelieden. The walk from there to here is around a mile, 1600 meters. So that's around a 20-minute walk. If it isn't 2 kilometers. I think it's even more. I think it's 2 kilometers. So that's a mile and a bit. It's around 20 minutes of walk, provided that you find a parking spot. And that's a bit of a pity. Now, Flight Radar is showing us that KLM Flight 598 is going to pass over Schiphol. Hopefully it's not going to be an early arrival on the center runway. But I fear it might be. Wasn't the Bezoek bus information until 10:40? So I'm thinking from 10:40 until 11:40, maybe they are going to open the center runway already. I think this is going to go to center. That also means that the Saudi 747 arriving from the east is going to be landing on the center runway. Yeah, that's it. Hey Inimini, goedemorgen. Ground, good evening. More Kiwis in the house. The Sumo, good morning or good evening to you. Watching from Australia, but in 2 weeks' time I'll be watching from Apeldoorn. How nice! And this is BA Flight 430 arriving from London Heathrow. JP Kraus, good morning. Zonnebrand, sunscreen, not needed mate. I'm still wearing a hoodie and I still have gloves on. Although the sun is now starting to shine, this morning it was pretty cool. No exposed body parts just yet. But you're right, I have to think about putting sunscreen in my in one of my bags again to bring along in case we are getting more sunshine. Lufty up next, flight 2302 arriving from Munich. A320 behind it, Croatia Airlines, flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. That's a Bombardier C series. The 747, the first 747 of the show, should be turning final in a moment from now. It's flying based pretty far to the north still. Norwegian, is that going to go to center or is that still coming to the Polderbaan, I wonder? Good morning, Dutch Bad. Arjan, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Okay, that's good news, Gillard. 777 from Cape Town is coming to the Polderbaan. So they're just redirecting traffic a bit to shuffle everything and let it land in the right order. Well, I was a little fearful because this morning the Bezoek bus info only went until 10:40 and not until 11. So I am expecting a runway change around 10:40 and that should, normally speaking, be that a second runway will open up for arrival. So I am afraid that maybe in 10 minutes from now we are going to get the opening of the center runway. Bombardier C Series 300, 8-20. Croatia Airlines 5450 arriving from Zagreb. On an A320, I find this a very bland and uninspired livery. I still think it's uninspired and bland looking at it from here. But the fact that the shape of the airplane is a bit more sleek does make the whole package a bit more appealing. Same with Air France. It looks a bit less shitty on an A220 than on an A320. Oh, family with a young kid are leaving. That's piss poor timing if you ask me, because there's a 747 on final. South Island Aviation, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody. Er komt de 747 aan zo meteen, jongens.
747?
Met een grote, met 4 motoren. Die is nu als derde of als vierde. Dus zeker nog eventjes... zeker nog even kijken zo. Hij komt er bijna aan. En daarachter zit een hele grote A350. Dat is ook een hele mooie.
Dat is ook een verhaal.
Zal die jonge man vast leuk vinden.
Wil je nou even kijken zien?
Je kan hem net zien.
Die derde.
Ja. Dat is een hele grote met 4 motoren. Embraer 190, obviously arriving from London City. It says so in the registration as well. LCY. Luis, good morning and welcome to the show, everybody else. First 747 of the show is next in a few moments. It's number 2 right now. It's followed by the A350 from Corendon World to Fly. And after that we are going to get the 777-300 so that's 3 wide bodies back to back. Hey, and Jeff is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Jeff. Now, what a glide slope shot this is. Where is Captain Jerry? He would love this. We should see the 777 in a moment. Should be arriving in the field of view from the right. That's the KLM 777 arriving from Cape Town in South Africa. Yep, there it is already. Yeti Games, goedemorgen, good morning. Special livery arrival here, the UNICEF from Norwegian. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. Particularly on weekdays, there's still room for plenty more viewers. And your likes really help to bring in more of them. This is the first of 5 747s that we are expecting in this show. The next one is approaching from the east and is probably going to land on the center runway. There's also an A380 still underway. And of course the KLM Orange Pride already landed here. Danny, goedemorgen. And Katie, good morning. Perfect timing, guys. Atlas Air, flight 5528. Let's look and listen. Will she get loud? Well, nice landing, but in the audio department could be better. We've heard better. 1 down, 4 to go. Atlas Air Flight 5528 having arrived from Miami, Florida. 7 hours and 38 minutes the flight time has lasted. The November 416 Mike Charlie. That's a 23-year-old machine hailing from May 2002. Next after that is going to be a bit younger airplane, World Flight Corendon Flight 5990, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. And that's right here. 8 hours and 25 minutes on the way to get here. This A350-900 is Spanish registered, the ECNTB, November Tango Bravo, and 3 years old, first flight April 2002. Bit younger than the 747 preceding it, just a bit. And after that, we are going to get KLM flight 598, which is arriving from Cape Town in South Ecuador. No, not South Ecuador. Wrong button. I need more vodka. Anyway. Hey, graag gedaan jongens, fijne dag. Hoi hoi. South Ecuador. Alright, coming in from South Ecuador is KLM flight 598, arriving from Cape Town. 777-300, 11 hours and 14 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Oscar BVO. That's an 11-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in March 2015. Hey there, Martin. Good morning. Hope you were in time for the 747. If you only joined just now, you may have already missed the Orange Pride that landed here earlier in the morning. Orange Pride 5747s and the A380 are what are in store for us today. Her Majesty the Queen. Alright, I am curious, what is runway use going to be like in the upcoming hours? Bezoekbus probably already has an update, or has it? Let's see, it does, so let's have a look. This is the Bezoekbus website showing the expected runway use for the upcoming hours. From now until 10:40, it's just the Polderbaan. Center is opening from 10:40 until 11:40. From 11:40 until 1, it's just the Polderbaan again, and then from 1 till 2, it is Center once again. So what they've changed, it's basically the same as always, except that they have they're starting with parallel arrivals a bit earlier. That's now an hour instead of 40 minutes. That means that the 747 that is approaching from the east, Saudia, is going to land on the center runway. That's the next 747, should be here at around 11 o'clock. Zooming out a little bit, we can see that there's a cargo arrival from Nairobi. That should be here 10 to 12. And cargo arriving from Miami should be here 8 minutes past 12. And then there are still the A380 expected right after 2 o'clock. And now with 2:35 estimated time of arrival, Compass Air Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. Let me also do an update of the METAR in the ticker. It's not very significantly different from what it was saying an hour ago. Still CAV 5 knots of wind from 1 to 0 degrees. That should turn more southerly later in the in the day. And from south to west. Oh, that was interesting. Russell was trying to land on the bent branch over here that you can see. He failed, but he was attempting it. It was quite funny to see. John, Dutch Canadian, good morning, good to see you again. Joost Luiten, goedemorgen. Caleb Flight 696 arriving from Toronto, A330-200. Delta Airlines Flight 162 arrived from Minneapolis behind it. That's an A330-300. Delta Airlines Flight 162 up next, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the airplane that you see behind it is ITA Airways Flight 120, arriving from Milan. That's an A320neo. Meanwhile, I see that Evan has also returned in the chat. Good to see you, Evan. ¿Qué tal, mi hermano querido? Gracias por salir hoy. What is up, my brother? Thanks for salir. De nada. Although I don't know what it exactly means. Good to see you again, Evan. And Evan, aka daddy of Obi-Wan Cat and Krypton Husky, is celebrating 35 months of membership. Just a month, and you'll also get the, how do we call it nowadays? The sunset badge. I think you already would have been at that stage if it hadn't been for that one period where you, I think there was something with your credit card or something that you weren't able to automatically extend the membership because you definitely were there in the beginning already. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat. Whether you are a member or not, doesn't matter. Hope you'll keep coming back for many more streams to come, Evan. AMS Live cannot be held accountable for any loss to speakers or eardrums. You are watching this stream at your own discretion. Thanks for going out today. Well, thank you so much for tuning in today. Like I was saying, always a pleasure to have you in our chat, and I hope you'll keep coming back for many more streams to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor, Evan. Thank you so much for your long-lasting support. 1 month to go, and the sunset badge is yours. Oh, whoa! What is up? Is that Russell Crowe attacking the Coots here? Territorial Coot, but he's chasing after Russell. What is up? Why the hostility? I'm not understanding. Not sure what happened there, but Russell got chased away by Chris Coot. Hey, Bryn is also back. Good to see ya. Cloudpan says, "Rip headset." Yeah, it was a nice headset, but rest in peace. Ita, luckily, more gentle to the ears. Hey, Jan Wietse, Boreas, goedemorgen, good morning. Martijn, goedemorgen, good morning. Martijn just landed from Curaçao. I think we probably saw you then if you were on the Dreamliner, on the A350. It's 10:44. Interestingly, I don't see any traffic yet to the center runway, even though Bezoek Bus was saying it should open. So, are they maybe going to use the runway as normal and only open up center at 11? Question mark. In that case, what does that mean for the Saudi 747? Has it already entered Dutch airspace? What runway has it been assigned to, if that's already known? Hey, Jen Rusek, goedemorgen, good morning, good to see you again, kerel, sir, amigo. Ella, goedemorgen, good morning. KLM 737 with a spacious cabin in the back. PHPCH. Joanne Sebastian Bach. Salia Center, thanks QJ. Not unexpectedly, but still. It would have been nice, wouldn't it? Narrow-bodies. KLM flight 1850 on the right. Emperor 190 arriving from Munich. KLM flight 1404 just left of center. 737 arriving from Paris. Ronald, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you joined us only just now, you probably missed the Orange Pride and the first 747 already. The second 747 of the show is approaching. Should be landing on the center runway. Hopefully that's going to be the only one getting away from us. In total, 5 747s expected in today's show. The Orange Pride already landed. The A380 is also still underway and should be here shortly after 2 o'clock. KLM flight 1850 arriving from Munich. Embraer 190 from Air France up. They do it on purpose to make it challenging for us. See who can still follow and see who gets lost. Alright. Russell moving on. Still not sure what he was doing here with the goods. Do they have eggs in a nest? And did Russell think maybe there was some protein to be had by getting nest eggs? Not sure. Wouldn't be surprised if that's something he was after. Hadi Peter, goedemorgen. Tom, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Right, next up KLM, flight 1404, arriving from Paris. Flight time 50 minutes. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Golf Alpha. 18 years old, first flight March 2008. Salia is going to center and its estimated time of arrival is around 11. I wonder if that's going to be the first arrival to center or if other planes will precede it. From what I can see thus far, it's looking like I was about to say KLM. Schiphol is using the runways as normal. In other words, we're only going to get parallel arrivals at 11 and until approximately 11:40. At least that's what it's looking like right now still. Morning ALX and morning Sean and W. Hey, and another 747 coming this way, W says. Cathay 747 arriving from Paris, nice. Those arrivals from Paris are usually landing on the Polderbaan, even if parallel arrivals are in progress. There was a motorcyclist on the cycling path just now. I think it's military police. Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier, which is in Morocco in the north of Ecuador. This time I did it on purpose. It's a big country, Ecuador. Brian Undy also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome to the show, one and all. So, airplanes on the glide slope to the Polderbaan. The sun is once again hiding behind clouds. Looking in the west, things still look decently blue. The same for the north, although at the horizon there's definitely a bit more cloudiness visible. But it's over here in the east where we can see that once again the sun is being obscured by some clouds. Looking to the south, it's completely clear. The southwest, insofar as we can see, with the excrement bridge being somewhat in the way, also still looks mostly blue. If all is well, it should be it should turn out to become a nice day here, with only later in the day rain expected, mostly overnight. So that's nice. If it rains during the night and is dry and sunny during the day. It's set to become a warm day today, with temperatures reaching above 20 degrees in the south and around 20 degrees Celsius in the rest of the country. So that's around 70 Fahrenheit for those of you used to Fahrenheits. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Nielsje wonders if many more quad members are coming this way. I've shown you before a few times, but for those of you who joined later and haven't seen it yet, let's look on Flight Radar and see what is coming this way. So we have a Saudia Dream, Saudia 747 that's going to land on the center runway. Should be here in 8 minutes from now. We have Cargolux arriving from the south. Should be here 10 to 12. We have Cargolux arriving from Miami, should be here 12:05. There is a Compass Air Cargo, should be here around 2:30. And of course the Emirates A380, 2:05 is still its estimated time of arrival. And W was saying that there's also a bonus 747 arriving from Paris pretty soon, or at least later in the show. More Air Arabia. This is arriving from Nador, which is in Morocco in the north of. Evan asks, has that one girl that has made several ground crew appearances before been around chat or with the crew lately? That one girl? Are you talking about Evelyn? I haven't seen her in a while. Last time she was here was several months ago, and I haven't seen her since, nor have I seen her in the chat. Or are you talking about somebody else? Right, so Embraer 175 arriving from Stuttgart in the foreground and Embraer 190 behind it. And turning in should be ITA. Or no, that's turning in to, I think we have our answer. ITA is going to be the first airplane to the center runway. I saw the co-pilot, I saw the first officer looking, so I thought, let's initiate a wave. He saw and he reciprocated. I could see he was looking to me. He was looking in my direction. Right, this is Caleb Flight 1704, arriving from Brussels. That's an Embraer 190, and behind it, but a bit further to the east, there's the first ETA to the center runway, second ETA of the day. First one at least landed here. This one is going to the wrong runway. You bastard. But yeah, I guess we should be lucky if Bezoek Bas was saying that the center runway was expected to open up at 10:40. Given that it is now a few minutes to 11, I'd say the runway use is normal, the way we're used to it. Looking straight ahead. Cloudy skies, mostly in the vicinity of where the sun is in the sky. The majority of the sky over here is actually blue. Completely blue, if not mostly blue. The radio tower at Haarlem-Spaarnwoude is basking in sunshine. And there's the IKEA. Not too far from here. ETA flight 108 arriving from Rome, an A321neo going to the wrong runway.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Flight time 2 hours and 5 minutes. Irish registered EIHXA Hotel X-Ray Alpha. 2-year-old airplane, first flight October 2023. Nice cabin cabin in the back. Right, there's a bizjet on final to runway 22. That's that SF50 again. This one is different from the one that we saw the other week. That single engine unit. This one has another color scheme. Cirrus Vision Jet. This one is blue and black. Nice color combo. Right, the Sadia 747 on final to the center runway. Let's see if we can spot that already. I think I have it. There we go. Sadia flight 933. If all is well, the only one getting away from us today, landing on the center runway instead of on the Polderbaan. Nice 747 400. 6 hours and a minute underway to get here. The 9HAKF, 9 Hakaf. Gear is extending. The hatches are opening. And out come all the gears. All at once. And then the hatches close again. And you'll have a 1747 ready to land gear-wise. This 747 is not the youngest. 31 years old already, hailing from December 1994, ladies and gentlemen. December 1994, I think I had just begun in my first year in middle school, which I followed from 1994 until 2000, graduating in the millennium year. What were you doing back in December 1994, other than of course celebrating Christmas? Chris Koet is once again being very territorial and chasing away Donald Duck. Ah, and Daisy is here. Daisy seems to be indifferent as Donald is getting a featherly beating from from Chris Koet. KLM Embraer, in the meantime, landing over here in the foreground. You'll obviously have heard that on the ambient microphone. Nice variation in the age of the audience. Tom still in diapers and Michael working for the Toys R Us in Germany in 1994. This airplane was already flying around the world. What a long career. Right, that is Queen number 2 having landed here. 2 down, 3 to go. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, 18 right. This Saudi-A's 747 just landed on the center runway, which is now open for parallel arrivals until approximately 11:40. It's the second 747 of today's show. First one landed on the Polderbaan. Hopefully this one is going to be the only one getting away from us, landing on another runway than the one we are standing right next to. The Orange Fright also arrived here this morning already, landing on the Polderbaan, and the Emirates A380 is also still underway. It's mostly blue skies here, but the sun isn't shining because right where the sun is in the sky, there are still a few thicker clouds, denser clouds. Contrails are visible relatively well. We can see this is Lufthansa, the old livery with the yellow logo still on the tail. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already, if you want to help this channel grow and reach a wider audience. There is a Chinese A330 turning into center and a KLM arriving from Frankfurt on final to the center runway right now. There are a few airplanes landing here every now and then. You might also hear the sounds of Chris Koet stomping here. A little little elevation there, and he can stand there in what is technically still the canal over here. His mate is too. Swim, swim, swim. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke, as you can see, it's still moderately windy. Should get a bit more breezy as the day progresses. Should have dry weather here, at least until tonight. Overnight a few droplets. Although this morning I heard they were also warning for the possibility of thunder showers tonight. I have to see it to believe it. Temperatures climbing today until around 20 degrees, maybe a bit warmer in the south. So that's around 70 F. This is KLM flight 1816, arriving from Frankfurt, and then Bur 175. Behind it, also on the glide slope to the central runway, is Air China Cargo, arriving from Chengdu in China. And the next airplane to the Polderbaan is approaching, is flying parallel to the A330 to center. KLM flight 1042, arriving from Birmingham. And I see that Paul has also returned in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back, mate. For those of you joining later, you may have missed two 747s already. One landing on the central runway minutes ago, and one landing on the Polderbaan earlier in the morning. The Orange Pride also already arrived, landed on Polderbaan this morning. There are 3 more 747s on the way, and the A380 as well. Let's have a look on Flightradar to see where those airplanes currently are in the sky. So Sadia has already landed. And Cargolux is approaching Paris, should be arriving here 10 minutes to 12 above Ireland, and expected in an hour from now actually is Cargolux arriving from Miami. If all is well, there should be a bonus queen expected to land here around 1:30. That still has to depart, of course. The Emirates A380 is expected to land here 10 minutes past 2. That's good, means that the center runway should be closed again by then. And 2:30 is the estimated time of arrival for Compass Air Cargo, which is arriving from Dubai World Center and flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. An update of the weather will tell you. I am a human, I think. We'll tell you that the wind is still mostly from the east, slightly southerly, bit of variation between it. 14 degrees Celsius is the temperature, around 60 Fahrenheit. It's okay, ceiling and visibility are okay, and the air pressure is not too high, not too low. The wind speed 7 knots. A330 arriving from Chengdu in China, flying on the glide slope to center. Here it is, Air China Cargo. Meanwhile, KLM flight 1042 also over here, touching down, arriving from Birmingham. 737 with a carrying cabin. And this is a typical KLM landing. Keep up the speed, vacate late, senior to the gate. Everything well on my end as well, Paul. Thank you for asking. Now, it's a pity that there are a few interesting wide bodies approaching from the east. They are going to land on the wrong runway, of course. Emirates Flight 145 and Qatar. Obviously, I am going to turn the camera to them when they get close by. Iberia up next, flight 731, arriving from Madrid, A320, KM Malta on the left, that's an A320 Neo, arriving from Malta. Hoedje van papier, goedemorgen. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, hoedje van papier, that's a children's song. Paper hat, hoedje van papier. In Dutch it rhymes. 1, 2, 3, 4, paper hat. 1, 2, 3, 4, hoedje van papier. The G is soon to be in the house. Arriving from Athens, flight 3624. And over here we have Iberia. Iberia flight 731 arriving from Madrid. Usually around 2 hours of flight time, and today it's 2 hours and 6 minutes. Nominal more or less. 21 years old. First flight June 2004. Mike is hoping for an airplane dance and is encouraging everybody to like the stream. We need 1,000 for an airplane dance to get live. I think we're running a bit too low in audience today to be reaching for an airplane dance in terms of likes. But your likes will definitely help to bring in more people in the future, so that's definitely worth clicking the like button for if you want to help us get more airplane dances in the future. Or have a few more viewers than we currently have watching during weekdays. Still, over here, no vacations, no school vacations. Most people still have jobs or school to go to on Thursday during the day here. KLM A321neo arriving from Vienna, flight 1902. This is underway for 1 hour and 33 minutes, and this is the Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Echo, the Faxi. Okay, Malta, approaching the Polderbaan, A320neo arriving from Malta. Katie has heard her name. Yeah, not today, I think. With all the will in the world, not today. KM Malta, flight 394, arriving here from Malta, A320neo. And behind it, to the central runway, we have Emirates flight 145. That's a 777-300. Flight time with the current situation and the detour, it has to take 8 hours and 3 minutes. Normally it would have been around 6.5 hours. It's a 13-year-old airplane. First flight was in June 2012. In the meantime, Transavia is approaching the Polderbaan, a 737-800 arriving from Barcelona. I always find it interesting that at the main gears of the triple you can see those cables so clearly. I'm thinking, isn't there a more efficient way to manage those cables? Big tie wraps. Transavia having arrived from Barcelona, and next to the central runway is Qatar flight 8205 arriving from Doha. That's a 777 freighter. 8 hours and 10 minutes on the way. That too taking a more southerly, westerly detour. This is the Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Delta. That's a 14-year-old airplane, first flight March 2012. Flying parallel to it, to the Polderbaan, is a KLM 737 arriving from Paris. Can we see any waves? No, of course not. Don't be silly. My camera zoom is nowhere near good enough. Well, it can zoom. The resolution isn't good enough. That's the problem. Landing over here, 737. And an eclipse. In a minute. Airplane eclipse. Oh? Did I film a person there? It was looking like it. Let's rewind. Oh yeah. Where is that lad walking? Ah, he's going for lunch. Lunch break. Yeah, there you go. Looking on his phone, but not seeing the stream apparently. Otherwise, he would have probably waved to us. E2 Embraer to the center runway, arrival from Bologna, and an Embraer 175 arrival from Bristol to the Polderbaan. Hey Gilberto, good to see you again, mate. Good morning, mate. Mrs. Professor has to sign off. It's bedtime for her. And that's a bad time for us. Because Mrs. Professor will have to leave. Thank you for stopping by, Mrs. Professor. Sleep well. Hopefully you'll be able to see the rest of the queens in the highlights reel. Hopefully see you again tomorrow. If all is good, I should be out again tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday. The weather should be good enough for 4 consecutive streams this weekend. So unless anything unforeseen is going to happen, should be a 4 stream weekend. This is KLM flight 1076 arriving from Bristol on Embraer 175, and parallel to it to the center runway is KLM flight 1216 arriving from Oslo 737-800. The next wide body to the Polderbaan, finally, it's behind this Embraer 175. It's Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. It's an A330 Neo coming our way. Lars, good morning. Grover, goedemorgen. Good morning. There's Delta Airlines flight 136, arriving from Detroit, Michigan, and Emirates Sky Cargo is turning in, arriving from Aguadilla. That should be the next arrival for the Polderbaan. Ah, there it is. So that's Emirates Sky Cargo following the Delta A330. So that's 2 back-to-back wide bodies. Finlay asks, which runway is the plan for tomorrow? I don't know yet. You guys sometimes seem to think I have things planned ahead already far in advance, but that's absolutely not the case. Whether or not I'll go out, I never know for sure. People sometimes ask, are you going to be streaming then and then? And the answer is always the same, I don't know. Because it will depend on what day of the week it is. Do I have to work or not? It depends on the weather. Is it going to rain or not? It depends on more factors, of course. Where do I go to tomorrow? I have no idea. Depends on the wind mostly. Ideally, I would want to switch things up. I don't like going to the same location multiple days in a row, but sometimes you have to, and sometimes I do want to, because last weekend, it was absolutely the best location to be at the McDonald's with the runway use. But it's dependent on the wind and runway use. I'm not sure. Obviously, tomorrow it's a Friday. Parking at the Kaagbaan is better doable than probably it is today. Although lately it hasn't been that problematic. I'm also still thinking about maybe going to the Polderbaan to the north and again, if they're using the Polderbaan for arrivals, but that would mean 2 days in a row Polderbaan and 2 days in a row arrivals. So, don't know yet. Ideally, if I go to the Kaagbaan, I want to see arrivals because I think those are better. The Kaagbaan is better suited to film arrivals than departures. Yeah, so no idea yet. It's always difficult. Often I think I have made up my mind and then in the morning I still change it. Groucho says, if you are on departures, I will be on Delta Airlines flight 161 to Minneapolis. If you are going to take off to Minneapolis, thinking, yeah, if it's going to be the Kaagbaan, you would have to have a left-hand seat to shine the light. That also goes for the Polderbaan. So regardless of which runway you'll be leaving from, if you want to shine the light, you'd have to have a window seat on the left-hand side in the airplane. Next up, Emirates Sky Cargo arriving from Aguadilla, flight 9922. Oh, that's an interesting question indeed, Marcus. The Delta Airlines flight 161 is the A350, right? Last couple of times we were here, it was. Then he says, looks like the winds are expected to blow from the northwest, so it will probably be 36 left departures. Thanks for the heads up. A350 on the left, 7A. 7A, nice, that's in the front. You'll have an opportunity to shine multiple lights even. Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9922, arriving from Aguadilla, 7 hours and 37 minutes underway. The Alpha 6 Echo Foxtrot Uniform EFU. 3 years old, first flight June 2022. Bernd, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. It's 11:23. The next 747 should be arriving here shortly before noon, right? Let's check again in a moment. Hey Pete, what up mate? It's 11:24. That should mean another 20 minutes of parallel arrivals. There's number 175 arriving from Lyon up next, but it's still pretty far away. Let's have another quick look on well, this is of course the wind and the weather. Let's go to Flight Radar. That's the most interesting thing to be looking at right now, and we can see that there are 2 747s approaching the Netherlands. There's a third one expected around 1:30 arriving from Paris. So that's only going to pop up on Flight Radar around 45 minutes beforehand. Cargolux is the next 747. It is expected here in 25 minutes from now. It's about to enter into Belgium, and after that it's pretty soon going to arrive in the Netherlands. Now around 12:12 we are expecting Cargolux as well, but from Miami. Route 130, there should be a bonus queen Cathay Cargo arriving from Paris. That's what W mentioned earlier. He's almost always right when it concerns this, so I highly trust what he mentioned. 10 past 2 is the estimated time of arrival for the Emirates A380, and that's good news because between 1 and 2 it's going to go to the center runway, so hopefully its ETA stays shortly after 2 o'clock, or 10 past 2 is perfectly fine. That's good enough margin, I think. Emirates Sky Cargo, flown by Compass Air, 2:35 estimated time of arrival. Hopefully we'll be able to see those all land here. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed 2 747s already. One landed here on the Polderbaan, one landed on center. The Orange Pride also arrived here earlier in the morning and it landed on the Polderbaan. Now it's interesting to see that KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX is now going to the center runway. Does that mean they are going to do a runway inspection soon, which usually precedes the closure of the secondary runway? I'll drink to that. I see that Michael DCA is also back in the chat. Good to see you. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. If you guys are enjoying, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. Parallel arrivals still in progress. 2 Embraer 175s flying to Polderbaan and to the central runway respectively. This is the one from Norwich. The one to the other runway is arriving from Nuremberg. Behind this Embraer on the glide slope to the Polderbaan is an EasyJet arriving from London Luton. If you are Luton intolerant, you might want to look away when that is going to land here because it might invoke cramps and itches. I don't think taking an antihistamine will do the trick. Embraer 175, Embraer 175. Right, Air Canada is also they're all directing the wide bodies to the center runway. Bastards. That's KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX. Normally speaking, should be coming this way. Here we have EasyJet flight 22515 arriving from London Luton, an A320neo. Behind it is KLM flight 924 and that's arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland. Now it's KLM flight 604, obviously. Arrival from LAX. Air Canada flight 808 is also going to the wrong runway. Bank rubber livery. Air Canada flight 808 arrival from Toronto. And in the meantime over here an arrival from Scotland. KLM flight 924 arrival from Edinburgh. Adi Gertin, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. And welcome to the show, everybody else. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is Air Canada flight 808 going to the wrong runway. You bastards.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Danny is right, they're going to the central runway so that they can get access to the loot more quickly. Insofar as that we have any left here. So many Canadian bank robbers have visited here lately. I'm not sure how much money the Netherlands still has for them. Tractor coming this way. New Holland. Lovely New Holland. 01 Mike D, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Carla, good morning. All right, 3 airplane glide slope shot. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Luxembourg, Transavia A321neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca, and Delta arriving from Tampa, Florida, now number 3. It's 11:33 and pretty soon the central runway is going to close again for business and everything. Inbound should be coming to the Polderbaan again, exclusively. KLM flight 1788 I thought was mentioned in the chat already as the first next arrival to the Polderbaan that's arriving from the east. So that means that the Transavia arrival from Naples flying base now should be the last airplane to the center runway. Mike wonders if he missed any arrivals from Africa. There have been a few. The Orange Pride was arriving from Johannesburg, and we also had a regular triple arrival from Cape Town. So yes, they have both already landed here. Air Arabia Morocco, also 2 flights already landed here, but those came from the north of well, this bit of land still seems to be lying here and not yet. Nothing seems to have been sown here already. Unlike the field next to it, that's wheat. Actually did a bike ride earlier in the week, in the evening, around a lot of farmland here in the vicinity. On the one hand, we have a lot of flower fields, but also a lot of agricultural fields if you go into the Haarlemmermeer municipality. And what I what I noticed was that a lot of wheat has been sown. For those of you who know already, potatoes of course are very abundantly present here. I think worldwide there's an excess of potatoes, so you can find multi-kilo bags now for less than €1 in the supermarket even. Too many potatoes have been produced, and that means that farmers are now all rethinking if they should plant more potatoes. And from what I could see in the fields in my area, at least, a lot of wheat has sown. I didn't see any potatoes yet. Not sure if it's the right time to plant potatoes already, maybe around this time, but a lot of the fields that already had something in it seem to contain wheat. So I'm wondering, are we going to get cheap bread in a year from now? We'll see. This is Delta Airlines Flight 236, arrival from Tampa in Florida. An A330neo, the flight time 7 hours and 58 minutes. The November 429 Delta X-ray. The airplane is a year old, first flight July 2024. More wheat, less potatoes, Ginger says. Well, wheat and potatoes both are nice. Michael DCA is celebrating that he has turned green. In other words, a member for a full year, 12 months, YouTube's best plane spotting channel. He writes, big words, mate. There are many channels these days. Surely this is not the best one. I'm pretty sure that we have some stiff competition over at LAX from Kevin. Just to name one. But I do my best, and I am happy to hear that you are appreciative of it, Michael. Either way, thank you so much for your ongoing support. A year in the lounge. I hope the year has been to your liking. If you have any suggestions for improvements, do let me know. I'm always open for suggestions to make the channel even better. And particularly if the lounge can be improved for you and the other members, do let me know. That goes for all members. Hope you'll stick around for many more months to come, Michael. If not in the lounge, then at least in the regular chat. And maybe one time again in real life, that would be awesome. KLM flight 1174 is arriving from Stavanger. It's number 190 and flying parallel to it. The last airplane to the center runway for the time being. This is Transavia flight 6410 arriving from Naples. Dennis, Alex, good morning. Roy Romnin, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. So the sun is struggling to shine over here, has been struggling all morning. There's a lot of blue in the sky around me, but right where the sun is positioned, we have had a lot of clouds thus far. It does once again look like things are opening up a little bit, but luckily the sky around me is pretty clear, and that allows us to see contrails such as this beautiful 747 from Lufthansa. Absolutely gorgeous to see. It's expected to get a bit more cloudy as the day progresses. The wind should turn from the east to the south to the west. This is what the current status quo is. Looking to the west, a few friendly clouds. You can Continuing the turn to the north. Most of the sky is blue, and once again where the sun is at, a bit of cloudiness, although it does look like most of the cloudiness is going to drift away from the sun again, and we're going to get some direct sunshine over here. The south is still looking best. Now luckily the sun is moving to the south here in the horizon, in the sky, so should get a bit more sunshine before we're getting more clouds later in the day. Hey, I am wrong in calling the last airplane to the center runway. For some reason this KLM flight arriving from Newcastle, in other words from the west, is going to the center runway. That's quite interesting. Malky is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Malky. Hope it was well made. For those of you joining us later, you have missed 2 747s. 1 landing on the center runway, 1 landing on the Polderbaan. 3 more are underway. The first of which is going to be landing here pretty soon. Shouldn't be too long. Let me zoom out a little on Flight Radar and see if we can spot it already. Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, a country in Africa, is flying in the vicinity of The Hague. Look on Flight Radar to the southwest of Schiphol, you'll see Cargo Lux 492. That's coming this way. NFF Aaron, good morning. America, good morning. And welcome back. This is TUI Flight 757, operated by TUI Belgium. What? The Belgians are invading. Arriving from Amsterdam Curaçao. Is how Belgian registrations for airplanes begin. The JDL. An abundance of goods here this morning. Donald and Daisy have been sighted briefly, but yeah, I'm not seeing them anymore. I have yet to see the first grebe of the show. No grebes have been sighted here. The coots are here. Russell Crowe and his cronies as well. Maybe it was even Rudolph Raven that we saw earlier. Are there any spotters on the other side now? I think there might be. Yeah, it's on the bicycle. And a folding chair with him. Smart thinking. That seems to be an entire family with young kids, or a parent with a couple of young kids. Where did they park? Or did they come walking over? Maybe by bike? Old church, now converted into office spaces. Speaking of office space, if you've never seen that movie, if you've ever worked in an office space environment, it's mandatory viewing. It's a film, it's supposed to be a comedy, it's actually a documentary, it's based on facts. Rodney is also back in the chat, good to see you, Rodney. Mike asks, could you let us know your major? Could it be astrological? It isn't astrological, I will tell you that. I've got two masters actually. Ooh. So this is another interesting observation. Overhead traffic. Not producing a contrail. And not too far away from it. Overhead traffic. Probably higher. That is producing a contrail. Is this Delta? Yep, it says so on the tin. Siljo, goedemorgen. Good to see ya. Jen Drosek knows what's up. Yeah, Peter, I need to go ahead and ask you to come in on a Saturday, okay? Hello, Peter. What's happening? Did you see the memo? Yeah, we're putting cover sheets on all the TPS reports from now on. Hey there, Milton. What's happening? All right. If all is well, the center runway is closed, and our friends from the buitenbewaking Schiphol just now passed us by and tossed us a little wave. Center is closed and everything is coming to the Polderbaan again. There should be a 747 flying west of me on its downwind leg. Earlier with the orange pride I was able to spot it. I'm looking now for the Cargolux 747 that is flying to the northwest of me. But where is it? It should be visible if you know where you need to look. The question is, where do you need to look? That's always the eternal question here. It's hard to see. It's the backdrop. I'm not sure if the backdrop is helping. It's a bit hazy at the horizon and above it. It probably has already passed by and is probably somewhere over there. But yeah, either you see it or you don't, and it's not that easy to spot those airplanes when they are flying off the coast to the north. Anyway, we'll see it soon enough though. Don't you guys worry. I see that Steven is back, as is Buzz. Welcome back, lads. Hope you guys are doing well. Everybody else who may have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boyd. This is the Polderbaan we're standing next to, runway 18 right now, once again, and until approximately 1 p.m. local time, the only runway for inbound traffic. In today's show, in total, 576. There's a bonus queen. Let's not forget the bonus queen arriving from Paris. Should be arriving around 1:30. In total, there should be 6 747s landing here, 5 already underway this morning. And the bonus queen shall be leaving from Paris later. 2 747s have already landed. The third one is flying downwind northwest of Schiphol and should be landing here on the Polderbaan in minutes from now. The KLM Orange Pride landed this morning already. One of the 747s went to the center runway, Saudia. That's the only one that's hopefully going to get away from us. I'm expecting the rest to be landing here on the Polderbaan. The Emirates A380 is also on the way. Let's have a quick recap on Flightradar to see what is in store. So Cargolux from Nairobi is here already, turning base. Cargolux arriving from Miami, north of Norwich, and expected 1:15 noon. Here we have Emirates arriving around 2:11 and in the vicinity of Athens. So that's around 2 hours and 37. That's 3 hours away from here. Around 2:37, Compass Air Cargo arriving from Dubai World Center is expected. Dino is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And Richard says Beluga at Utrecht. Where is it flying to and from? The This is KLM Flight 1774, arrival from Berlin, a 737, no. This is, I'm looking at the wrong airplane, I'm too far zoomed out. This is KLM Flight 1088, arriving from Cardiff. There's a beluga at Utrecht. It's probably not producing a contrail. I'm not seeing anything. To Hamburg. Okay, well. So that should be moving from there to there. In close proximity to the sun. If it's not producing a contrail, you need to happen to see it, and I'm not seeing anything right away. Yeah, so I'm not going to linger too long on trying to look for a beluga if it's not producing a contrail. This is KLM Flight 1774, arrival from Berlin. This is a 737-700. I was reading back 737 and I thought, nah, this is an Embraer I'm filming. Wrong label. Hey Marcelo, good morning. Alright, let's have a look at the third 747 of the show. Its gear is extending as we speak. Cargo Lux Flight 492, arriving from Nairobi in Kenya in Africa. Preceded by an Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds KLM. Now obviously narrow bodies preceding quads aren't getting much love here at AMS Live. That's not going to change anytime soon. Slowly but surely coming this way. Third 747 of the show. 3 more are expected. 2 are underway already. And a third one is expected to take off from Paris. Probably in an hour or so from now. Because it should be arriving here around 1:30. That's what W mentioned earlier. Cargo Lux Flight 492, arriving from Nairobi, operated by Cargo Lux Italia. The picture of Flight Radar has been shot at Schiphol Airport. Dutch signs warning for landing terrain and strictly prohibited access. That's definitely Schiphol. Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, 8 hours and 43 minutes on the way. It's registered in Luxembourg, the Lima X-Ray Whiskey Charlie Victor. The airplane is 18 years old. First flight was in July 2007. Gary in Amsterdam also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Niklaus, good morning. Let's look and listen. Will this one use its reversers or not? That's the question. Hey Sarah, good morning. Perfect timing. Third queen of the show. No, not you, Sarah. This. Shizzle. That was loud. For those of you who had their sound a bit low, here in real life it was really loud. About as loud as it could get. Absolutely fantastic. So there are 2 more 747s already airborne and underway. A third one is expected to take off from Paris and expected to land here at around 1:30. The Emirates A380 is also underway. If this bonus queen is included, 6 747s are expected today. This one is the third and the second one to the Polderbaan. Only one has gotten away thus far, and I hope it's going to stay with just this one. Orange Pride also landed here this morning. So a great show with a lot of interesting airplanes. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, plenty more coming. We're going to try to catch them all just like Pokemon. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. A like goes a long way in bringing in more people in the weekday streams in the future. The more the merrier. Let's see if we can reach a point where even on weekdays we are getting 1,000 viewers. Loud Italians, indeed, Frank. Absolutely lovely. Cloudpan says that the Lufthansa 100th anniversary livery is above me. Is that so? All I'm seeing is clouds right now. Where's it to and from? Come on, I'm not seeing it. That's definitely one I want to see. KLM flight 948, just now landing here. Right, to the north, headed in the same direction. Unfortunately, this is what my northerly sky currently is looking like. This is northwest, this is north. So missing out on that gorgeous Lufty 100-year anniversary livery. That's a shame. That's a good looking one that I would have loved to see. But we will see it again, undoubtedly, at some point. It's time for 2 A330s right now. An A330neo from Delta first, KLM after that with an A330-200. Ah, it's already over the open sea, right, well. Ah, I think in that case, maybe I am still able to see it, but... Yeah, that does look a bit more like the 100 years, but it's so far away. It's just pixels. Distorted pixels at that. Delta Airlines Flight 144, arriving from Seattle, Washington. Right, KLM flight 767 up next, arriving from Bonaire, A330-200. And nice to see that a few other people have also come out to the Polderbaan to be watching airplanes. Plane spotting is for all ages, not just the young. Jeff is getting philosophical. Are we all just pixels in each other's reality? Some pixels are louder than others, but I guess that's one way of looking at it. This is KLM flight 767 arriving from Bonaire. It's an A330-200, 8 hours and 45 minutes on the way. This is a PHAOA, the Alpha Oscar Alpha. AOA. 20 years old, first flight August 2005. It's probably not going to spool up the reversers, or is it? It's KLM. No. Of course not. So our excrement bridge is still here in all its glory. I think these are going to be the permanent pipes, the sewage pipes that are going to replace the old ones. The whole excrement bridge construction here, of course, just a temporary bypass while they're replacing the sewage pipes. They're working on it more south of us. You can already see that the diggers are digging it. That's just in front of the parking lot of the Spottersplaats, or a bit more this way. They're also working more to the south. The roundabout where I usually would go to if departures were taking place. If I go to the south, Victor 3, it's also known as. They're still working over there. Had a look the other day, a couple of weeks ago, and it's still very busy over there. The grass field that I usually would walk into is still shielded off by fences and says it's forbidden to enter. Which reminds me, I wanted to look on the internet to see if I can find something about the planning of this whole project, how long it's going to last. I asked Roelof not too long ago, he didn't know. You'd think there would be information about this project somewhere online that at least indicates when approximately the project should be finished. Oh, ELKX EasyJet arriving from Split in Croatia. Hey there, AMS spotter, good to see you again. And everybody else who has joined in the meantime as well, good afternoon. Just turned afternoon here in the Netherlands. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, we're here at the Polderbaan. Runway 18 right. Open as only runway for inbound traffic until approximately 1 p.m. Another airplane in the background turning in, that's KLM flight 1830, arriving from Stuttgart in Embraer 190. It's Embraer Fest 2026. Embraer. That's 4 in a row now. And thanks for heads up W, who is informing us about an upcoming Lufty 747 to New York. I see it, it's producing a big fat contrail, flying pretty close to where the sun is in the sky over here, but moving away from it, so it should get more easy to see contrast and details. 747 is doing an Air Icarus right now. Moving further away from the sun and closer to me, it's also entering the part of the sky that is cloudy, more cloudy. Will get harder to see details, even though more details are now becoming visible. I said 747 didn't die. This is of course not a 747. but an A340. Yeah, this is now what things look like in the west. So they were mentioning about more clouds drifting in later today, and I think it might be starting already. Means that control visibility isn't good all over. Now it's mostly in the area where the sun is also at that it's best. The sun is now in a blue part of the sky. The east is reasonably clear, at least until above the horizon. Same for the south. The west is now most cloudy, including in my zenith. And the north is a mixed bag. This is KLM flight 1830. Up next, arriving from Stuttgart, an Embraer 190. Behind it is an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM, arriving from London Heathrow. KLM. This is, of course, a silvery airplane. One of the two in the fleet of KLM that are in the SkyTeam livery. This is the Embraer 190. The other airplane is the 737-900, or at least one of them, I should say. Hey there, Yillis. Good to see ya. Welcome back, mate. And this is KLM flight 1004, arriving from London Heathrow. E2 Embraer 195. Jeff wonders London. Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
He shoots, he scores. Erwin Vil, goedemiddag, good afternoon, and welcome to the show. Happy Thursday to everybody. And what a show it has been already. 3 747s, 3 more underway. The Orange Pride already landed, and we're still due an A380. Another big fat contrail passing overhead. I can see that it made a turn more to the northwest and came my way. Unfortunately, it's already in that cloudy part west of me where it's hard to see the airplanes. But the contrail is pretty easily spotted. You can see the airplane made a turn and it actually passed by just north of me. Also a bit north of me and more east of me are the Coots. Always doing cardio, always swimming about, running about, flying about. And back on land. Without the need to use those stairs. That's athleticism for you. Of course, by stomping so hard and so regularly, those Coots have very strong legs and can jump pretty easily. Mary Naomi informing us that the next 747 is 6 minutes out. Thanks for the heads up, Mary Naomi. We have an Embraer 190 arriving from Aberdeen, and behind it is a KLM 777-300 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. KLM flight 622. Despite it being a Thursday, there's definitely a few groups of people who are out here. Also behind the elderly, you can see people walking. Nice to see that people are coming out. What I'm not understanding is that there is a concrete bench over there and nobody is sitting on it. Unless you're filming like I am, there's no need to be standing there all the while. German Airways flying on behalf of KLM, the bottom of the fuselage and the engine casings BA blue. Another complex airplane, or an airplane with a complex history maybe. Another tractor on the second path. Second tractor of the show. This one is green. Is it Fendt? Hard to see. The other one was blue and was New Holland. This is KLM Flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 777-300 The Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Victor, BVV, 7 hours and a minute on the way, 5 years old, first flight December 2020. Flap surfaces clean as ever. Steven says, the fun but frustrating thing about our AMS soundbites is that I go to share that with non-watchers and can't explain it. Okay, why can't you explain the soundbites? What is there that you cannot explain? Explain us. Right, it's starting to warm up actually. I think I can go without the gloves and go barehanded. Still have the premium organic hoodie on with double logo, nice and warm. It is a nice tight fit, but you have to order up if you are built like a bodybuilder or if you want a relaxed fit. It's true to size otherwise. Nice and warm. Although with the wind up until maybe the last half hour or so, it was still on the border of a little chilly, but that's because there wasn't a lot of sun. Now the sun is shining more liberally. That definitely makes it comfortable here. Lovely spring weather. It's a 3 airplane glide slope shot. I still wonder where Captain Jerry is. He's missing out on all the fun. Ah, the Karen cabin is sometimes hard to explain. Right. $747 up next. Well, up third. We have a small Pegasus here landing. Air oink oink. The airplane that we're going to skip is the one before the 747. That's KLM Flight 1164 arriving from Bergen, 737-800. Airplane turning in the background, that's Indigo, arriving from Mumbai. You can see that the atmosphere is warming up. There's a lot of heat wave disturbance in the air. Right. A few more wide bodies after this Cargolux 747. Immediately behind the Dreamliner from Indigo. After that, Vueling, that's an A320. And after that, the 777 for KLM arriving from Lima in Peru. Airplanes preceding quads never get much love here at AMS 11, and I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Indigo at a respectable distance of Her Majesty the Queen. Cargo Lux arriving from Miami, Florida. It doesn't have a flight number, it only has a call sign 86 November. It is registered in Luxembourg. That means that the registration starts with Lima X-ray, LX, and then MCL, Mike Charlie Lima. The 747 we're looking at, 19 years old, first flight was in December 2006. I was working my second job after graduating for the first time. In my early 20s, consulting. What were you guys doing back in December 2006? Previous Cargo Lux was really loud. How will this one do? Come on. Come on. No reversals, but a low-key wheelie. Can't have it all, but this was nice as well. Not so much a loud landing, but a nice wheelie. Don't think that's something that every pilot can probably pull off. Probably requires a bit of skill. Now, unfortunately, I am sad to say that the sun is once again hiding behind clouds, and it's looking like it's not going to come out again anytime soon. Hey, there's a busiest approaching north of me or south of me, just south. Ah, busiest arrival from Southampton. Need to be higher up still. There it is. Against the backdrop of the clouds that are obscuring the sun. Go in the meantime, landing here. And the tractor once again passing by. Indigo flight 21. And this one was saying Indigo and not Norse. The other day we had one Indigo that was actually labeled as Norse. Alright, so that's the fourth. Yeah, this is the fourth 747 of the show. The third arrival on Polderbaan. One of the 747s got away and landed on the center runway. There's still one more underway from, what was it again? From Dubai. That's the Compass Air. And then there will be a bonus queen that should still be in Paris and should take off in half an hour or so from now. In the meantime, I see that Jonesy Boy 065 said hi in the channel, in the chat, new to the channel. Good morning from Cornwall in the UK. Good morning to you too, Jonesy Boy, and welcome to the channel. Hope you'll like it over here. We have quite a big audience that is tuning in from the United Kingdom. Actually, the Germans and the Brits are fighting for second place after the Dutch for biggest market share from the audience. Americans are usually place number 4, and earlier in the very beginning of the channel it were Indians that were place 5. Then it became the Aussies, and lately I think that the 5th biggest number of viewers is coming from Belgium actually. Funny how that changes over time, but the Brits and the Germans, after the Dutch of course, which do have the biggest share, but the majority of the viewers isn't Dutch. The Brits and the Germans are firmly in 2nd and 3rd place. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory to say hi. You can stay in Lurkers Lounge as long as you want. It's very comfortable over there, but it's always appreciated if people say hi. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching. Together they know quite a lot. People are friendly here, generally speaking. We have a big airplane passing overhead. Is that Chinese or is that... Oh, that's Finnair. Finnair A350. Finnair A350, going back to bloody Helsinki in Finland. And this is KLM Flight 744. KLM Flight 744, a 777-300 arriving from Lima in Peru. Peru is a country right next to Gilberto says, I think I'm the only Italian. I'm not too sure. You are probably one of the few. Hey, you're welcome, Jonesy boy. You're welcome, you're welcome. Spread the word. Oh, Kermit. Kermit is also there. Now, we've heard Kermit before on numerous occasions in the last few years, but never once have we been able to spot him. Looking forward to the day that we are going to see him. Steven says I must be the only person from the nut house. Absolutely not, mate. I think we're all a bit loony here in the channel, in the community. Some maybe a bit more than others. Ambulance, but without the sirens on. Right, it's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. This is Shamrock Flight 604, Aer Lingus, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Usually the flight time is around an hour, and today it's been an hour and 4 minutes. It's an A321neo arriving from Dublin. Cabin cabin in the back. Spacious cabin cabin. You can see it's a modern airplane. The newer the airplane type, the further back cabin cabins are placed. Pilots quickly realized that the more spatial separation between them and cabin, the better. Once again hearing traffic overhead, but currently looking directly up, this is what the sky is looking like. West of me, I think these are the clouds that the forecasts were saying were going to drift into the country as the day progresses. Temperature is climbing, it's nice and warm. The wind is still moderate. That should pick up a little bit as the day progresses. We might get some rain overnight, and during the day, the upcoming days, it should still stay dry. Wolfgang says, support 777 next on runway 24. We saw that one land this morning actually. Wasn't that immediately after the Orange Pride? I think it was. Unless there are two. This is Transavia flight 5358, arriving from Faro in Portugal. Another A321neo. There's never a cabin cabin on a Transavia airplane. They don't have cabin cabins. Karen will have to sit in the main cabin with the rest of the plebs. There are a few carriers that are very strict and very consistent in no Karen cabin. Was the Suparna already the next airplane? Because I'm not. Oh wait, I think, yeah. I was about to ask, has it already taken off? But I think this is it. Now I'm standing in such close proximity to the excrement bridge that it's blocking our view for a sizable chunk of the turn. But that's okay because it's KLM Flight 755 that we are going to see next. Finally, proper use of the sound effect. Oh no, of course. Nah, I'm starting to do it on purpose now. After accidentally pressing the wrong one this morning. This is of course KLM Flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, and that's a port in a country called Ecuador! Yes, you're goddamn right. In the meantime, the Suparna Triple is approaching. Let me see if I can walk around the camera so that the cables don't get tangled, and I can continue with progressing from one to the other. Here's the Suparna Triple on its way out again. Going from outbound triple to inbound 7879. This is KLM Flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, of course, in Ecuador. 10 hours, 27 minutes the flight has lasted thus far. The Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel Foxtrot, 10 years old, first flight April 2016. Hey there, Adrian, and welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we're still here at the Polderbaan runway 18 right, where a heap of 747s are landing today. We've already seen 4. There's one more underway, and another one will take off a bit later. Let me open up Flight Radar for you guys. Here we go. So if all is well, I think it should probably pop up here on Flight Radar within the upcoming half hour. Expected in an hour from now is a bonus queen arriving from Paris. Since that's a short flight, it's not popping up on Flight Radar yet, but it should be coming this way. The Transavia Retro is also coming back from Marrakesh and is expected to 41. We have another 747 expected now at 2:45. Compass Air Cargo arrived from Dubai, and also arrived from Dubai, but expected 2:09 is the Emirates A380. Here we have EasyJet. That's Jesus. Jesus is flying in to London Gatwick, returning from Catania in Sicily. So, still a few airplanes of interest coming this way, and right now for another half hour all inbound traffic should be coming to the runway we're standing right next to, and between 1 and 2 o'clock we are once again expecting the center runway to open up for inbound traffic from the east, an inbound rush hour between 1 and 2 o'clock, and that means parallel arrivals. Right now only one runway is open for inbound traffic and 2 are open for outbound traffic, and that's going to change and reverse come 1 o'clock. So between 1 and 2 o'clock we'll have an inbound rush hour with 2 runways open for inbound and 1 only for outbound. Right now it's the other way around. It's an outbound rush hour and only two runways are open for outbound and 1 only open for inbound. And the only one open for inbound is this one, the Polderbaan 18 right, the runway we are standing right next to. Here another Transavia A321neo. And you'll see that this one is going to be looking a bit different from what we saw just now. This is the latest updated livery. And there are subtle differences, but if you know what they are, you will immediately recognize it from then on. 3 of them. The engine casing, all green with the exception of the logo. The font, more bold. And also the tail is all green with the exception of the logo. We'll undoubtedly see another Transavia pretty soon and you can see the difference. And you'll immediately be able to see it. Sunset Aviation, good morning or good afternoon. Gilberto asks if there's any news from our old friend the fisherman. Well, Gilberto, the fisherman I think is not going to return anytime soon. Reason being is that there are no more nets here in the canal. Earlier we had a crayfish fisherman and at regular intervals here in the canal there were nets positioned and the fisherman would come twice a week to check the nets for an invasive exotic species, the crayfish. But since I'm not seeing any poles that indicate the location of the nets, I don't think that the fisherman is going to return anytime soon. They'd first have to place nets, and thus far they haven't. I'm not sure if they're going to be doing that in the breeding season with all the young ducks and coots and whatnot. I have no idea. The only thing I can tell you is that I'm not seeing any nets here in the water, so I don't think the fisherman is going to make an appearance here anytime soon. That doesn't mean that there isn't a lot to see here at Schiphol Airport. A very polished landing there. Also busy with the work at hand. So yeah, the sun is now once again hiding behind clouds and it's looking like the clouds are already drifting in from the west. So this is where you need to look to see if it's going to get sunny again or not. Now there's definitely a few thinner patches here in the cloud deck, but it does look now like it is becoming a more continuous layer. Familiar sight and sound. It's the Coast Guard Dash 8 100, Canadian registered, going out on a coastal patrol again. Hey Jordi, goedemiddag, good to see you again. Here for the green, good afternoon. Right, let's turn around. Here for the green asks, so you smoking the green mate today while watching Dust Birds? No, those days are long gone. That's not something that everybody is doing here in the Netherlands, although sometimes people do think that. BA City Flyer arriving from London City, BA flight 8489. Uh-oh, the privacy screen is up. The first officer doesn't want us to look inside the cockpit. squeaky brakes and an Embraer. I'll be damned. First time I've ever witnessed that. This is what wind looks like on the scale of chimney smoke. As you guys can see, it's still moderate wind. The nearly rippleless water is confirming that. Once again, narrow bodies rush hour here. I'm zooming out of Flight Radar to see if there are wide bodies in the proximity already. In close proximity, but not seeing anything. Sunset Aviation says that the A380 is diverting. Is that so? Diverting to Maastricht, that's interesting. Let's have a look at Flight Radar, ladies and gentlemen. That's interesting. A380 diverting to Maastricht. It's quite remarkable. So, clicking on... Right, belated April Fools. Flight Radar still says it's going to Amsterdam. Same for the Compass Air Cargo. Transavia is also still coming this way. Right, we fell for it. Congratulations. All right. Canada Flight 1294 arriving from Billund. That's a 737-800. At it's 10 o'clock, there is TAP Air Portugal Flight 668 arriving from Lisbon in Portugal, an A321neo. And after that, an A320 from Air France arriving from Paris. And another A320 from EasyJet behind it arriving from Edinburgh. Windmills in the background are spinning, but not very enthusiastically. Quite a few people have gathered at the bridge at the roundabout at the beginning of the cycling path. Which is, if you don't want to walk all the way over here, a good location to be watching without any fences in the way. Donald, in the meantime, fancies this pipe to have a bit higher overview of its surroundings. Let's quickly turn back and have another look at the tap dancers from Portugal. Tap in Portugal, flight 668, A321neo arriving from Lisbon. 2 hours and 34 minutes on the way. It's a 7-year-old airplane, first flight March 2019. Hey, that's good news, Danny. Thanks for the heads up. The Cafe Bonus Queen is alive in Paris. That should be taking off pretty soon and was expected here earlier in the morning at around 1:30. Those that will constitute Queen number 5, and Queen number 6 is already underway. Compass Air Cargo. In the meantime, Karsten is coming in with a bang. What are you doing, mate? I think it's the first gifted memberships of the show, and it's immediately no less than 10. He comes in for a check to leave a like and hand over a membership to 10 new people. Mate, that is incredibly generous. Good to see you again, Karsten. You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 10 new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Karsten if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Have fun with 34 custom emojis that you'll now have at your disposal for an entire month. Karsten, thank you so much. That is incredibly generous of you, and I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will say thank you for it. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. That is just insane. Air France, flight 1640, arrival for Paris, A320. Du fromage, vin rouge. Right, Wolfgang is indicating there's all sorts of overhead traffic. This is the status quo up in the sky, mate. Not much to see. The only traffic we can decently see is outbound traffic from runway 24 to the north. Another German Airways Embraer 190 in the process of leaving. Next up, an A320 arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland. There it is. EasyJet flight 23301. Hey Dion, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Frans, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed 4 747s already. 747s plus the Orange Pride. There are 2 more underway, as is the Emirates A380. And I'm also seeing a truck on the other side at the roundabout. Now, that's almost interesting. Is it going to continue? I think... Oh, this... I know this... This is a truck filled with manure. This is the delivery truck of manure. Here on this side of the field, this same company is also dropping manure in tanks if they're going to fertilize the land. He probably has to be at one of the farms here in this street and already did a turn at the roundabout. Or maybe the pilot just wanted to see the airplanes. Or took the wrong turn. Either way, this truck is, if the tank is filled, it's filled with manure. I am able to hear overhead traffic. I am able to see something that isn't actually producing a contrail. That's even more funny. Where did I see it? Yeah, that's the thing. When it's not producing a contrail, it's even harder to see. Let's focus on what we can see best, and that is the traffic to the Polderbaan. Air Baltic up front, arriving from Riga, an A220-300, flight 621. 1 hour and 46 minutes on the way. The Yankee Lima Alpha Bravo Sierra, 2 years old, first flight October 2023. Behind it is a Transavia A321neo. That's now at the 10 o'clock of the number 1. Flight 6728, arriving from Seville. And I think I can already see the first airplane to descend the runway. Iceland Air Flight 500 actually. That's interesting. Already Iceland Air seems to be, or did they overshoot the glide slope and are they coming back for the Polderbaan? It is flight radar, it's never accurate and you can sometimes make the wrong assumption. A few moments ago it was looking like Iceland Air was going to be the first airplane to descend the runway. Right now it's looking like it might get back in line with the Polderbaan glide slope. So probably overshot and is correcting again. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Dion for your super chat. Fijn om deze stream weer eens te zien. Which is Dutch for it's good to see the stream again. In reference to his earlier message that it's been a while since he was able to join us. It's good to have you back, Dion. Thank you so much for your super chat. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much though. It's good to have you back in our live chat again as well. Hope you've been well. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't done so already, if you want to help this channel grow. Keukenhof season is also open, and that means that this time of year a lot of tour buses are also visible in the area here. All going to Lisse, to the Keukenhof. Most of them already arriving in the early morning, so usually you'll see them go that way, that this bus is driving in the morning, and you'll see them returning again in the other direction in the early evening. Flower fields are blooming. It's lovely to see. A lot of the hyacinths already have been blooming for a few weeks now. The first daffodils are already done with blooming, with flowering. And the tulips are now coming up. Cannot show you, but behind the excrement bridge, the first couple of fields, if you head over to the Polderbaan, the last turn to your left to the Polderbaan parking lot, on your left side you'll find flower fields filled with hyacinths, 3 or 4 different colors. Absolutely lovely to see. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1502. That's an A321neo arriving from Madrid. 1 hour and 58 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray November. First flight February 2026. That's brand new. Brand new meaning less than a year old. And in this case, the first flight of this A321neo was February this year. And we have another Jörg in the chat. Jörg is tuning in from Schmoni, Germany, Trier. Herzlich willkommen, Jörg. Welcome to AMS Live. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, don't be afraid to ask them. There's a great many people watching, and together they know quite a lot. There's no such thing as a stupid question, so don't be shy, don't be afraid to say hi, don't be afraid to ask any questions if you have any. But if you don't want to, you don't have to. Feel free to sit back and enjoy the stream in Lurkers Lounge. So Iceland Air is coming to the Polderbaan after all. I thought it was maybe it was the first airplane to the center runway, but it overshot and is still coming. Iceland Air Flight 500. Unfortunately for us, it's an A321neo. It's not a 767. It's also not a 757, even though they still have them in the fleet. Last time we saw a 757, I think it was a couple of weeks ago when we were standing filming departures at the Kaagbaan. I think there was one 757 that arrived and was taxiing through our picture briefly. Hey, and Senor Barbara is saying regards from Poland. Welcome to the channel, mate, and regards back. Ricardo, mate, thank you so much for your super sticker. That is, what is it, a suitcase? I think it is a suitcase. Up and away. Travel away. Thank you so much, Carlo. Rodney says, I am a flower lover. You need to maybe film those beauties or do a short video of them before they are gone. Oh, don't you worry, mate. I already, whenever I'm not going to the gym, I usually try to go out for a bike ride if the weather is good enough. Otherwise, I'll do a ride indoors on my indoor bike. But this time of year, whenever I go out, I either go and do a lap around the agricultural fields to see what is happening on the agricultural land in my vicinity. And in this time of year, I also often go through the flower fields. There are quite a few of them. I live in Lisse, the hometown of the Keukenhof, so everywhere you go, whenever you go out of the village, you're basically surrounded by flower fields. Yeah, me and Lisa have actually contemplated buying a seasonal ticket for the Keukenhof so that you have unlimited access. Particularly if you live close by, it's a pretty good bargain because you can walk in the park instead of walk somewhere outdoors, more generally speaking. And the funny thing is, of course, it's changing. They plant multiple beds of flowers, so if one flower is done blooming, the next one is coming up. So one week it can be mostly the hyacinths that you're seeing, and a couple of weeks later it's going to be tulips everywhere. So that's really nice. Last year we went there twice, once with Lisa's parents, and a couple of weeks later we had free tickets because of being inhabitants of Lisse. Lisse and Keukenhof organize a day, usually on a work day, but once one of the days is free access for inhabitants. So we went there again a couple of weeks later after we visited with Lisa's parents, and day and night difference, such a big change in just a few weeks. Really nice. And particularly the fields with tulips, you have to be early with them. If you wait too long, they'll have chopped off the heads, the flower heads. Koppen is what they call it. Basically, it's beheading the tulips. And everybody is always thinking, oh, why are they doing that? That's such a shame. But you have to realize that the people here, the farmers, are actually growing bulbs. They're in the process of growing bulbs and not so much the flowers. And tulip bulbs develop better if you behead the tulips when they are around the peak of their bloom. Anyway, enough off topic with respect to flowers. Let's go over back to what we are here for, the airplanes. This is Welling, Hans' favorite, flight 1375, arriving from Alicante, an A320. Henk Prins, goedemiddag. Marcus wonders, since when does Iceland have a new livery? That's a good question. One that I don't have a precise answer to. It's been around for a few years, I would be inclined to say. Thank you, Frank. In hello, you would be called the local peasants. Yes, that's me, all right. With a glass of red wine during lunch. I could definitely go for the local peasant life. Gary asks, have you ever been in the Lisse Flower Parade? I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to there, Gary. Lisse itself does not have a flower parade that I know of. We do have a flower corso that is going from Noordwijk to Haarlem that goes through Lisse. I haven't participated in that, if that's what you were referring to. I've watched regularly, but I haven't participated myself. Ah, Stephen learned something new, and that's how bulbs are perfected. Yeah, well, there's a very interesting series. More New Holland tractors, probably sand. Even though I've been born and raised here in the flower area, so to speak, if you go to regular schools like I have and don't go to schools that basically educate you to become, to work in agriculture, you don't get much knowledge about agriculture in general, and also not from flower cultivation or bulb cultivation in particular. But there has been a great series about young guys who are working in the flower business here locally, whose parents basically have companies which they are probably going to take over, and they follow them for a year or so. And you learn quite a lot about the whole process. Stuff that I also didn't know before. I think you could probably watch it as well with subtitles, translating to English. It's very informative. The series is called Bollejongens, and it aired on a local, the local news, the local TV channel here in the province of South Holland. You'll probably be able to find it online, and you could probably use Google Translate or the auto translation from YouTube. This is the name of the series. If you go to YouTube and look for it, you will probably find it. Translates to bulb lads. In other words, young boys or young lads who are in the flower business. It's very informative. Also about how they plant the flower beds. It's different for hyacinths than for other types of flowers. Also something that I didn't know. Having watched that series makes you appreciate what goes on in your area more. You become aware of more. Until then, you never really noticed. Marcus asks, what's your job/industry besides YouTube? Let's just say that me and Gilberto and Alvin are colleagues. That's all I'll say. And before that, I also did something else. I have 2 masters. One that earns me money, and the other has learned me how to invest my money. K5 on the premises, bird controller K5, the VW pickup truck that used to be K1. But were you referring to the flower corso or something else, Gary? It's 1 o'clock and I am expecting runway 18C to open up for arrivals pretty soon. Means that everything arriving from the east is probably going to go to the center runway, and I'm wondering if the KLM arriving from Copenhagen that we can see north of Schiphol already is going to go there as first airplane. The airplane arriving from Düsseldorf is still landing here, KLM flight 1800. Turkish is probably going to be going to the center runway, isn't it? Yeah, undoubtedly. The flower corso, that's right, and the spelling is correct. C-O-R-S-O. What's also funny is that here or at least here in my hometown, they also make mosaics with hyacinth flowers. That's usually somewhere in April as well. I think that the flower corso this year is on Saturday 18th of April, so in 2 weeks or so from now. And they also have it's a year-old tradition already. They make mosaics with the flowers of hyacinths. And what usually is the case is that certain streets or schools or organizations make a theme. So basically what they do is they make a picture. They decide themselves what they want to make. So sometimes they reenact a well-known picture. Yeah, last year they made one street. One group of people from a certain street made a really good reenactment of Frida Kahlo, the artist, very recognizable, and another street who also joined in the competition. Which is of the, in Dutch it's called Zeeheldenbuurt, so it's the naval heroes of history. They also made a picture of one of the well-known historic naval heroes, so to speak, of the Netherlands. But it can be anything. Schools sometimes make a theme that's more attuned to children, the beach or something, and they'll make a picture or something 3D, and they basically paint it with the flowers of hyacinths. So that's really nice to see. And you can get a map, and if you have a bike, you can just do a bike ride along all those exhibitions. And it's a competition, so you can win best prize for most accurate. There are prizes for children. It's really nice. Two airplanes on the glide slope. KLM flight 1270 arriving from Copenhagen. That's a 737-900, and behind it is a KLM 777-300 arriving from Panama City. KLM flight 758. In the meantime, also a massive big thanks to Gilberto for your super chat. I missed that indeed, and thank you, Paul, for reminding me. Nice cup of coffee. That isn't necessary, but I'll definitely grab a cup of coffee once I do get home. Other than a couple of espressos this morning, didn't drink any coffee. The more coffee, the more you need to go to the toilet. You have to be careful with that. Right, is Turkish still coming this way? Probably not, right? Probably going to be landing on the center runway as first airplane. Or are we going to be lucky? Turkish flight 1957. What runway has it been assigned to? probably center. Right, brief moment when the sun is creeping out from behind the cloud deck. That is covering it for the better part of the time right now. KLM flight 1270 arriving for Copenhagen at 737-900. The Sam XXL says good afternoon. Good afternoon to you too, Sam. And welcome back. Frank, thanks. Vodka warning. Level low, level low, level low. Time to pour me a small glass and top up. And as Paul is writing in the chat that the Turk is coming to Polderbaan, I am also seeing it turning in. That is quite nice. So, what then are they doing? Bezoek Bus was forecasting parallel arrivals between 1 and 2. Don't tell me that they are opening up the runway 10 minutes later and that they're going to close it 10 minutes later so that they can let the A380 land on center as last airplane despite arriving here past 2 o'clock. That would be you know what, and the thing is, as I'm saying it, I'm thinking, yeah, I can see ATC, I can totally see ATC do that. We'll give them Turkish, but we're taking the A380 away from them. Now, are my eyes deceiving me, or is Sky Express also coming this way? So what they're doing now is they're keeping the center runway closed. Normally speaking, it would have opened up round 1. If it does open up, it's usually staying open for around an hour. The Emirates A380, last time we checked, was expected here shortly after 2 o'clock, 2:10 around 2:10. I guess this is really happening. I guess this is really happening. What they're going to do is open up the runway late and close it after an hour so that the Emirates A380 is still in time to be landing on the center runway. Mark my words. Now, Michael was warning about an overhead United. This is what my overhead currently looks like, Michael. Unfortunately, I am not able to show you any overhead traffic right now. Also, in the direction of where traffic usually comes from, the direction towards Frankfurt, things are pretty cloudy again. So most of the sky, the south and the better part of the west is now clouded. Something that the weather report was warning for. Now it's happening. Right, Turkish flight 1957, arrival from Istanbul, Turkey. Normally speaking, it should have averaged around 3 hours to get here, 3 hours and 5 minutes. It's ballpark nominal. So So we're being given Turkish, and I wonder if it's going to be in exchange for Emirates. Now, of course, center is open. EasyJet arrived from Milan, being the first airplane to the center runway. Yeah, and that's going to be open usually for an hour, so what time is it now? At what time is the Emirates A380 expected? It's clear what ATC looks to be doing. Gilberto says, may I suggest a Singapore emoji? We have had that suggestion for quite a few times already, and when people got to vote on it, the members got to vote on it, it never won or was placed high enough to have it. I am in favor of a Singapore emoji, but we are not going to get a new emoji slot for some time to come. That's probably not going to happen again in this year, if ever. So we would have to ditch old emojis, current emojis. We would have to retire an emoji to make place for a new one. If that's something you guys fancy, do let me know, because I can always open up a call for ideas, and you guys can chime in what you would like to see replaced and what you want to replace it with. And I can organize a poll for you guys and see what you guys want to choose and what you want to ditch. The emojis are for the members. It's your thing. It's your perk. It's also what I feel you guys should decide on. So if a great many of you think that one of the current emojis is eligible for retirement, let me know. Right, that's a good suggestion, Naomi. I'll make a poll, and you guys, the members, can vote whether or not you want to get a replacement. And then, of course, the next step is which one should be replaced. Or maybe, well, that's something I'll put in the poll. Maybe if people vote for change, replace, then also give me a suggestion of what you want to be replaced. And if you have any suggestions for what you want to have it replaced with, that's also an idea, but I think that's something that calls for a separate poll. In the meantime, Aphrodite is returning. Good to see you again, Aphrodite. Hope you've been well. It's been a long time indeed. But you have not stopped being a member, and you are celebrating today 33 months and counting. Also one of the longest members of the channel thus far, Aphrodite. And until recently a very valued moderator as well. Thank you so much for all your support. Not only when you were a moderator still, but also for being a long-lasting member for 33 months, almost 3 years. Hope the membership is still to your liking. If that's not the case, do let me know what you think needs to be changed or improved. Good to see you again, and I hope you'll keep coming back every now and then for a long time to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Really busy with work. Well, that's a good thing, I suppose. Hopefully the new job is better than the old one was. Still remember that your previous job was not that great. This is KLM flight 1512 arriving from Barcelona. It's the 737-800. Parallel arrivals have begun. It's 1:15. I'm wondering where the bonus queen is. Bonus queen underway from Paris. Let's have a look at Flight Radar and see where the airplanes are at. So yeah, the bonus queen arriving from Paris, Cathay Cargo, flight 2014, expected now here at 1:39. Is in Belgium already, so that's slowly but surely coming this way. Emirates in Germany, expected shortly after 2 o'clock, 2:09. Yeah. ATC is already setting up their scheme to have it land on center. It's quite obvious what's happening here. And in the vicinity of Zagreb Airport. Oh, that's very late already, 2:50. Come on. I have to make a compilation. I also have to do other stuff. I'm not sure if 250 is going to be manageable for me. The A380 is definitely still okay. 250, Jesus. I want to film it, but 250 is going to be a bit late. This is KLM flight 1920 arriving from Zurich, 737-700. It's narrow bodies o'clock once again. EasyJet arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Up next an A320neo. Flying parallel to this airplane is a 737-900 from KLM arriving from Gothenburg. It's just right there. No carry cabin in the back or in the front or anywhere. EasyJet A320neo up next to the Polderbaan, flight 27888, arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Hey, that sounds nice, working in the DIY store. I bet your knowledge about all kinds of tools and technical stuff has increased significantly after starting that job. Know all the difference between the different nails and screws and bolts and whatnot. What to use when. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca will be followed by an Air France A320 arriving from Paris, flight 1740. Hey, check it out, Liwe is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Liwe. Hope all is well, buddy. And also a warm welcome back to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Arthur Schouten. Arthur Schouten just becoming an Aurora Sky Lounge member again, renewing his membership. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Welcome back, mate. We kept your seat warm, insofar as that is still necessary this time of year. Next takeoff 224 and 2 times 747 outbound in radar. Next. Next takeoff 24. Is that a 747 then already? Not sure I'm exactly following. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. Air France here in the foreground, an A320 arriving from Paris. Behind it is a KLM Embraer, not an Embraer, an A321neo arriving from Persenchester. YOD also back in the chat. Good to see you again. Welcome back, one and all. This is Air France flight 1740 arriving from Paris, an A320, and flying parallel to it is an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Hamburg. And if If you were wondering what you were hearing, that was a fat bike passing by on the cycling path. In the meantime, a massive big thank you to Peter van der Steen, thank you so much. Durper 1973, a very generous super chat at that. Top stream vandaag, ga zo door boy, which translates to top stream today and please continue boy. I will definitely do my best, Peter. Thank you so much for your encouraging words and for a very generous super chat. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get that message across. I'm happy to hear that you are enjoying the show and I hope everybody is. And don't forget to leave a like if you are enjoying the show and haven't done so already, if you want to help this channel reach a wider audience in the future. Also, big congratulations and a massive big thank you to none other than Liwe. Liwe, I think, is our 4th longest member, and he too now is a member for 3 years and has gotten what we now have started to call the Sunset Badge. Time flies when you're having fun. That's what you always write during membership anniversaries, and you're absolutely right. Congratulations on 3 years, and thank you so much for your support, not only as a member, but also as a highly valued moderator. Hope you still enjoy both. If either of the two is no longer to your liking, do let me know. Let me see what we can do to fix things and make things better. Hope things at home will get to such a state that it will allow you more time to join us again. We miss your company and it's always nice to have you whenever you do have a chance to join us. Pretty soon those new badges are going to become a more frequent occurrence in the live chat. Our moderator Paul, aka Yorkshire Biker, is not too far off. Hold Short, who also sometimes makes an appearance, is also over there in the top 10. Han is too. Marissa is too. Evan is also not too far away. Watch and you'll see more familiar names. We'll get that new badge pretty soon. Hey Lisa. Lisa is still a bit further removed from getting that sunset badge, but she'll get there as well someday. A quick hi and bye from work. Hopefully it's not too busy at work. I'll see you again soon. E2 Embraer KLM, flight 1932, arrival from Geneva. It's the E2 rush hour now. Another one right next after this. This one is arrival from Geneva, the next one will be arrival from Cork, and after that another arrival from Ireland, but from Ryanair and from Dublin instead of Cork. 3 airplane glide slope shot. The big missing person here today, of course, Captain Jerry, who always fancies these these glide slope shots. He'll probably join us again sometime soon in the upcoming weekend. The weather should be good for 4 consecutive days of streaming. Parallel arrivals are in progress. They started late. Will they continue until 2 or will they continue for an hour? And will the A380 be assigned to the center runway? I am afraid of the latter. It's almost as if ATC is setting up for an 18C arrival of the A380 already. E2 Embraer 195, arrival from Cork in Ireland. Aphrodite asks what the next big bird is that we are expecting. Well, in terms of quads, it's going to be the Bonus Queen arriving from Paris. That should enter Dutch airspace if it hasn't already, pretty soon. That's in Dutch airspace already. The Orange Pride that we saw this morning is already leaving again for Panama City, and Cathay Cargo is arriving as next airplane of interest, and the A380 is in Germany with an ETA of 209, pretty consistent. Here we have Ryanair flight 3006 arriving from Dublin, 737-800, 1 hour 10 minutes on the way, the EIEBG. That's 17 years old already, first flight January 2009. So current status quo, the sun is hidden from view because of high clouds. They're in the south. The west is once again showing an opening, but at the horizon, the westerly horizon, you can see more cloudiness. Looking land inward to the east, most of the sky covered with clouds. There are a few thinner patches a bit further away, but it is mostly cloudy, and that also goes for the north. There are a few openings here and there, but the majority of the sky is currently occupied by clouds that are blocking the sun from shining directly on us. Another Transavia A321neo, this is flight 6116, arriving from Malaga. Flight time 2 hours and 33 minutes. It's the Papa Hotel Yankee Hotel Echo, brand new airplane, less than a year old. First flight was in July last year. So that's 9 months old then. My math is correct. And you can see this is not the newest iteration because the logo is green, but the rest of the engine casing is white. The Transavia is not as bold. And also the tail is not completely green, although mostly. So it's subtle differences. Somebody dropped some waste in the canal, it seems like. More E2s. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Toulouse. They've got nothing to lose. Oh, what the fuck was that? Big splash. Chris Coot swimming here as if nothing happened. I am not sure if that was, I think it might have been a fish. I think that was probably a fish. Big splash. Not seeing any birds coming out of the water, so it probably was a fish. KLM 737-800 arriving on center. Coming in from Venice. Hey, Jörg is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Jörg. E2 Embraer landing here. Flight 1450 arriving from Toulouse. What's he doing? Drinking some water. Is that where he keeps his supplements? Right, reaching for some fibers. Sharpening his beak or what? KLM flight 1776 arriving from Berlin, A321neo. And apparently an Atlas 747 on the Kaagbaan, ready to take off. Frank says that the foam in the water is puke from someone who had a glass of Heineken. Oh dear, yeah. Me and Lisa went for some shopping yesterday, and we were walking past all the beer, and she was pointing to a big stack of crates of Heineken, and she says, "Oh, look, a wall of water." Heineken is not very popular among certain people. Some apparently enjoy it. It's been ages since I last had it, so I don't recall what it tasted, what it tastes like. Okay, 747, having taken off. There it is. Is this the one that we saw land here this morning? Probably so. Atlas Air having taken off from runway 24. Where's it going to go to? I do remember Hertog Jan being a tasty beer. Absolutely. I think I haven't drunk pills in a while. Usually when I had beer lately, it was usually Weizen beer. Now my shoelace is stuck behind the feet of one of my tripods. Ah, there we go. That's a first. All right, let's see. Polderbaan is currently not expecting any traffic, and I also am seeing the reason for that. Runway inspection in progress. Jeff says you could have had some Heineken yesterday and you wouldn't remember what it tastes like. Well, there you go. So better not take it then. Spend your money on something else that you do remember the taste from. The taste of. Cathay Cargo is arriving, and it should be flying over there somewhere. So once again, I'm trying to see if I can spot it. It is assigned to the Polderbaan, isn't it? Or has it been assigned to center? Wouldn't that be something? It's of course for the most part white, and that's hard to see against the current backdrop. Annoying. That manure truck is still standing there. It's been there for a while now. Is it emptying into? Yeah, that's where they put the manure into. K5 is still driving over the runway right in front of us. Right. 74 has been assigned to the Polderbaan, so that's at least not getting away from us. I am afraid of the A380. Or I should say I fear for the A380. The A380 itself doesn't scare me. I'm afraid of no A380s. Kill cargo. Also having taken off from runway 24 just now. Very nice. Well, the BA A321neo is still going to the center runway. Let's hope that the Cathay cargo is actually coming to the Polderbaan. Hey, and Bill Wilk has been able to catch the last few streams. Nice, Bill. Morning and good to see you again. You have a good one as well. Alright, over there somewhere. Queen number 5. Cathay cargo, the bonus queen arriving from Paris. 7478. Oh. Reason things look pixelated is because they are very digitally zoomed in. This is maximum 400 times. Going back to the top end of optical zoom, you'll end up with this, which is approximately 600 millimeters full frame equivalent. Zooming completely out, this is what it looks like. But a little bit of telescope mode is nice because then, as you guys can see right now, we can see the gear extending. That's always nice. In fact, zoom in a bit more and you can even see the hatches close again in a moment. There you go. Right, in half an hour from now, the Emirates A380 is expected to land here at Schiphol. The question is, what runway is it going to be landing on? Is it going to land on the central runway, or is it actually going to land on the Polderbaan? For a long time, I felt pretty confident it was going to land on the Polderbaan, since normally speaking, between 1 and 2 o'clock, the central runway opens up and it closes again at around 2. With an ETA of 2:09 or 2:10, it should have been clear, but we saw that the parallel arrivals only began 10 minutes past 1. If they're going to continue with that for an hour, means that the center runway is probably going to be open at the time the Emirates A380 is going to land here. So, fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. If it is going to land on the center runway, we are still able to see it quite well from over here. That's the silver lining, but of course we were hoping for an arrival at the Polderbaan. And normally speaking, it would have been one. Now there's a high degree of uncertainty given the time they opened up the center runway. Bonus Queen arriving from Paris. Cathay Cargo flight 2014. It's a 7478. The flight time has been 45 minutes, and that's a nominal flight duration. Back to the top end of optical zoom. This is the Bravo Lima Juliet Hotel, 13 years old. Its first flight was in June 2012. One of the 747s here landed with full reverse thrust. It was the KLM, no, it was the Cargo Lux Italia. How loud will this one get? As a New Holland tractor passes by me on the cycling path, behind the cyclist. Excellent. And that was with even 3 reversers and not 4, as you guys could see. The left inner engine, the right inner engine did not deploy its reverser. And once again, the sun is attempting to shine through the clouds, providing a bit of warmth and a bit more brightness. It's only going to be short-lived, although no, I'm looking at an opening here in the sky. Might actually get a bit of sunshine again. Well, it definitely was a louder landing than most of the other 747s that we have seen. At least the reversers got used. Cargo Lux Italia was still the best thus far in terms of audio. Now, a little under half an hour of waiting before the A380 is going to land here. The most important question that we need an answer to is still, where is it going to land? Cliff says, wow, what an entrance the Queen made. Mate, you should see, if you missed it, have a look at the Cargo Lux Italia's landing earlier in the show. That was spectacular. Not just the sight, also the sound. Obviously, we'll put it in the highlights reel of today. It's back to the narrow bodies for the time being. Although I am seeing a 787-10 Dreamliner now in the vicinity of Leiden, off the coast. KLM Flight 706, that's coming this way. Alright. And Miguel is tuning in from Spain. Buenos dias. Good to see ya. Once again, the sun has begun to shine, albeit very modestly. Immediately feels a bit warmer than it did when it was still a bit more shady, a bit more cloudy. Now a shady figure is able to wave to you guys at home. KLM Flight 1138 arriving from Dublin up next. That moped did not sound well tuned. Did you guys hear the stutter? Aphrodite has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Aphrodite. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again soon. Next, Caleb, flight 1006, arrival from London Heathrow, and I can already hear Jeff ask, London, question mark? Yes, London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Vueling next after that. It's interesting, ladies and gentlemen, to see that airplanes arriving now already seem to be going to the Polderbaan again. What's going on here? What's going on here? Transavia arriving from Catania was arriving from the east, wasn't it? Emirates is approaching the border of Germany and the Netherlands, and once it crosses into the Netherlands, we'll be able to find out what runway the A380 is going to be landing on. I'm hoping for Polderbaan, I'm fearing for center, but my fear is reducing just a little, seeing all sorts of airplanes that are now going to the Polderbaan again. I'm wondering, Lufthansa flight 992, the A319, what runway has that been assigned to, ladies and gentlemen? Could you guys have a look for me? Because if Lufti 992 is coming to the Polderbaan, I'm consciously going to say that maybe the center runway is closed already? Could that be it? If that were the case, then what is ATC doing, giving us heart attacks and high blood pressure, stressing out about whether or not we're going to see the A380 on the Polderbaan? Alright, the rudder is updated. Can you guys see? New rudder. That's something you don't see very regularly. You do see new noses regularly. That's not yet in the livery of the rest of the airplane. Rudders, don't see that very often. Right, Peter says that center is closed, or no, he wonders if center is closed. Well, could you guys have a look and see what runway flight 992 of Lufti has been assigned to? Polderbaan, says Paul. Right, well, in that case it looks like center is closed already, ladies and gentlemen. So they opened up center then from 110 until 140, 45? Interesting. That is quite interesting. So again, ATC in practice is diverging from what Bezoek Bas was indicating earlier. That's happened twice now already. Only Polderbaan open, also on LVNL. Right, well, as my old geography teacher in middle school would say in Dutch, vraag niet hoe het kan, maar profiteer ervan. Which is so much as, don't ask why, just profit because of it. So the way things look like right now, it's looking like the A380 is going to land here on the Polderbaan. Nice. Well, we'll have to see. Let's wait until the A380 has entered into Dutch airspace and see what runway it is going to be assigned to. Then we'll know with a higher degree of certainty, but that is promising. If the Lufti already is going to center, hopefully the same will go for the A380. Where's the A380 right now? It's about to enter into the Netherlands, so we'll be able to find out the runway assignment in moments from now. The airplane that you see in the left corner, in the top left corner, is KLM Flight 706. That's a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Rio de Janeiro, obviously. Here in the foreground we have an SAS A320 Neo arriving from Copenhagen. That's flight 547. I like that translation, Frank. Don't ask why. Take the profit. Don't be shy. It takes talent to be funny in 2 languages. Hey, A380 Polderbaan. Good news, good news, good news. That is absolutely wonderful. Do we have viewers left to witness it together with us? If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like. More likes means more people joining us in streams in the future. I'm not going to be happy until we have 1,000 viewers from A to Z on weekday streams. Everybody's checking the runway assignment, and this is good news indeed. What's the ETA of the Compass? I really want to see Compass, but 250 is really too late for me. But I really want to stick around, if only it was a bit faster. Let's have a look. 248, yeah, that's not going to be good enough for me. I still have things to do. And if I stay around here until just before 3, by the time I'll be home, that's not going to work with the rest of my to-dos. So means I'm going to have to wrap up after the A380 has landed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, but 230 would have been okay. That's on the brink of what is still doable for me, but 250 is too late. That's not going to work out for me today. Bobbers is also in the chat. Good to see you, Bobbers. Hope all is well, mate. Still in time for the Emirates A380, which is going to be landing here on the Polderbaan. To my surprise, because I really thought that ATC was going to pull one on us, keeping the runway open, keeping the Polderbaan open until 1:10, and then starting with parallel arrivals 10 minutes late. It had all the signs of ATC conspiring to keep the center runway open until 2:10. So that how very conveniently the A380 could land on the center runway instead of having to go all the way to that far away Polderbaan. Causing me to lose a few years in life expectancy. Thank you, ATC. Well played. Hey, salut! It's Jean-Yves as well. Good to see you again, mate. And Jurk has to go. That's unfortunate, mate. The A380 is in Dutch airspace and is going to be landing here on this runway pretty soon. But if you have to go, you have to go. Enjoy the rest of you. Stay in Thailand, mate. And we'll see you again pretty soon, hopefully. Lufty A319. Lufty A319. Lufty A319 is on the glide slope to center, isn't it? Or am I now turning blind and am I on... Oh yeah, right. Well, there we have it. Not only am I going deaf, I'm also going blind. That's Korsakov with the wrong type of alcohol in it. Hey, Harry Planetube also in the chat. Good to see you, Harry. So yeah, Lufty A319 arriving from Frankfurt. Somewhere behind it, yet another E2 Embraer 195. How many do KLM have? We've seen quite a few of them already. Must be a few dozen. Right, see you on the next one, Jörg. Enjoy the rest of your day, your evening probably, right? What's the time difference? It's probably early afternoon there. All right. The Emirates A380 is approaching. With good visibility, it's usually visible already when it is in the vicinity of the town called Purmerend. A little bit to the east already. The backdrop today is pretty milky and the airplane is white for the most part, so I am not too optimistic about my chances of finding the A380 well in advance. I am going to give it a go, obviously, but a word of warning, it's been quite hard to see airplanes from afar, even if they stood out. The exception to the rule was the orange pride, which was relatively easy to see, but that's of course bright blue and bright orange. Hey, something is up with Lufty. What was the name of this little fella again? More details. Dailu. It's the Lu sticker. It's an appropriate registration as well. The Dailu Delta Alpha India Lima uniform. Let's see, KLM E2 Embraer 195, and behind it should be a Swiss 8220. Turning in is a KLM 737-800. KLM 1524 arrived from Bilbao. That's in Basque in the north of Spain. Flight time not very long, therefore. What has it been? An hour and 48 minutes. This is the Papa Hotel November X-ray X-ray NXX. Brand new according to Flight Radar means that's less than a year old, and first flight was September 2025, so just over half a year old, this airplane. Quite modern. No eye contact with the FO. And Emirates is now approaching the center province of Flevoland. If you look at Flight Radar where the A380 is, you'll see it's crossing a body of water that used to be the big body. It used to be part of the big body of water that's also on the other side of the landmass that the A380 is flying over right now. The landmass that the A380 is now flying over and also contains Lelystad is the province of Flevoland. And a bit to the north, there's also a bit that's also part of the province. That's all one through man from the sea. It used to be an open sea. Then it became a lake, IJsselmeer. If you scroll a bit further up, you'll see that there is a connecting bridge, a dike, and that basically made that body of water left of the landmass that the A380 is flying over, made it sweet water. It used to be salt seawater, but it's all man-made. That whole province, the last province of the Netherlands, and completely man-made. In the meantime, Swiss is arriving over here. Swiss arrived from Zurich. And that's an 8220 or Bombardier C-Series 300. Also part of Lufthansa Group. Not the Red Cross, but the White Cross. PWJM Smit, goedemiddag. Long time no see. That's Peter from Hoofddorp. Good to see you again, Peter. Well, perfect timing. The A380 is coming to the Polderbaan and is approaching. As I was just explaining, the landmass that the A380 is currently flying over is the province of Flevoland, and that's all created by man. And then you can also see on flight radar marker Meer, there's also a dike connecting Lelystad and Enkhuizen. You can drive with your car over that. I'm not sure if you can ride your bicycle over it. The Afsluitdijk, which is the dike further to the north, if you follow the water to the north, you'll end up at another dike connecting Den Oever and, well, it's in the vicinity of Makkum. That's the Afsluitdijk. That's a dike that you can drive over. It's a bit of highway. You can also cycle over it. And north of it is the so-called Waddenzee. That's where the islands are. So, Schiphol is located in the municipality of Haarlemmermeer. Everything that you see here around you used to be inland lake. Haarlemmermeer, in other words, that's Dutch for Haarlem Lake, the Lake of Haarlem. The city of Haarlem is right over there. You can see the high rises. That's from one of the neighborhoods most southeasterly of the municipality of Haarlem. Everything over here that you see, it used to be water. It also was won from the water by man, by the Dutch, with mills to pump empty the lake. It took around 4 years, I think, of continuing. Well, 6 days a week. Sunday, of course, was the day of God, so that they didn't pump water out on that day. But 6 days a week, 4 years, it took them to pump empty this whole lake. The municipality is one of the biggest, but an even bigger project was the reclaim of the land that is now the province of Flevoland. The body of water that the A380 is now flying over is called Marker Meer. It all used to be one big IJsselmeer, IJssel Lake. Now they've basically cut it into parts. Marker Meer to the south, a bit north of it, IJsselmeer. Anyway, Emirates is approaching, and pretty soon, in good visibility conditions, should become visible for me already. I'm going to give it a go to see if we can catch it early. In the meantime, Iberia has arrived from Madrid. Somewhere over there should be an A380. It's still out of visual range. It's still too far away. Once it gets in the vicinity of Permanent, it should get visible on good days. I'm not saying today is a good day. I'm going to give it a go, but... And Rob Drop is celebrating 9 months of membership. 9 months a member, it's a boy. Hey Rob, thank you so much for your long-lasting support. 9 months. That's no small feat. I hope that the 9 months have been to your liking, and if anything is amiss, if you have any suggestions for improvements, let me know. And I'll get on it to see if I can make things better for you and the other members. Congratulations on 9 months of membership, Rob. Hope you'll still stick around for many more months to come. If not, in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular recurring visitor. Now, this is EasyJet, and the A380 is approaching. EasyJet flight 27890 arriving from Malaga, an A320neo. Right, let's have a look. A380, it should be one of the next airplanes. Now, let me get my bearings in. The scale of chimney smoke usually... Hey! Hey, immediately in one go. I was about to say that the scale of chimney smoke chimneys usually was in the direction of Purmerend, if I recall correctly. And immediately in one go do I find the A380 already. Awesome. That's a lucky fluke. I didn't intend on doing that. That was just a lucky break. But there you go. Here it is, Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. It's probably going to be preceded by the A319 that's arriving from the west, EasyJet arriving from Basel. But there you go. Just pointed the camera in the general direction and starting to zoom in, and I immediately noticed it. What the fizzle? Well, it's also pretty cloudy where the A380 is flying, you can see. Just a few flickerings where the clouds are a bit thinner. But the sun has mostly gone. It should get back again in the upcoming days, but there is more. I thought they said there was an area of rain passing overnight. So the clouds were going to gradually get thicker. And overnight a few droplets should fall. Everything should be back again in order tomorrow during the day. Next 2 weeks I thought they didn't forecast any rain, at least not during the day. So, this is Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Back to the top end of optical zoom of my camera, this is what things look like. Windmills, wind turbines are spinning a bit harder than they did in the beginning of the show. The wind is slowly but surely picking up. Hopefully it's not too noticeable on the microphone. All the weather and wind forecasts were indicating single-digit wind speeds, at least in the beginning of the day, so I went out without the blimp and just with the dead cat. As soon as wind speeds get up to double digits, the wind rumble usually gets pretty noticeable. That's usually when I switch to bringing the blimp with me. Benefit of not having to take the blimp with me is that I can attach the ambient microphone onto the camera and keep it focused where I'm also filming, so that should in theory give you better sounds of the airplanes. Now, like I said before, the ETA of the 747 arriving from Dubai is going to be too late for me. That's 40 minutes from now, so I am going to wrap up after today's A380. I should be out again tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday. Unfortunately, it's looking like runway 27 is no longer in use as often as it was last week. Last couple of days, the central runway, as it has been today, has been used as secondary runway for arrivals. That's a pity, because I really enjoyed going back to the McDonald's when there was action both on 18 left and on runway 27. If I see that's what they're expecting, you can bet on me going back there again. It's what also made the P3 stream so nice. Constant action, lots of things to see. Belgium Gamer also back in the chat, good to see you, perfect timing. Almost 700 likes, thank you all so much for that. That's quite a big number for a Thursday stream, actually. If you guys have been enjoying the show and you haven't done so already, consider adding a like. Those really help to bring in more people in the future. I'm not going to be satisfied until we have 1,000 viewers regularly on Thursday and Friday streams during weekdays. I know we can make it. Outer gear comes out first. Inner main gear comes out next. The main gear in the meantime is also extending, and once everything is locked in, the hatches will close again, tidying up the view. You can see the airplane is crabbing just a little bit because it's looking us straight in the face, and that gave us a good visibility on the gear. Even the front gear, the nose gear, which often because of the pitch up that landing airplanes usually have, is harder to see, but here we could see it quite well. Emirates Flight 147, the Beast from the East. It's 8 hours and 7 minutes on the way. It used to be 6.5, but that's of course before the golfer from Mar-a-Lago and his Israeli friend went at it in the Middle East. So nowadays the Emirates is flying again, but it has to take a detour more westerly. It usually takes 8 hours or so. It's the Alpha 6 Echo Echo India, 13 years old. First flight was in January 2013. It's going to be the last airplane for today, but I am going to be back again tomorrow. Don't you worry. Now place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to get loud or not. Most of the time the A380s use their reversers. Not always. They also sometimes just roll out with idle reverse thrust. I'm hoping for a loud ending, but you never know. I'm going to say it's going to be a loud landing. The wind has picked up a little bit. The wind on the scale of chimney smoke is becoming more horizontal, so yeah, I'm going to call it. It's going to get loud. Pilots, don't fail me now. Another airplane in the background turning in, that's KLM Flight 1314. It's also going to be the next airplane to land on the Polderbaan after the A380. Arrival from Warsaw, that was a 737-800. Right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The A380 about to land. Let's look and listen. Decent. They spilled up the reversers, but the 747 from Cargolux Italia was louder. Absolutely it was. No loss to speakers or eardrums from this landing. But it was a nice one. I thought it was coming down a little bit fast, but it wasn't as bumpy as I feared it was. It might turn out to be. Right, well, that was the last landing for today, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to wrap up after this. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a great time. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did enjoy the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already to help the channel grow. Should be out again tomorrow morning. Don't know yet where I'm going to go to. That will depend on the wind and runway use. Anything goes. I'm going to go there where I think it's going to be the most interesting. Today, obviously, landings were the most interesting choice with all the 747s that we have seen, the A380, and also, of course, the Orange Pride. For those of you who missed part of it or all of it, I'll make a highlight reel that will be released later this afternoon. For now, a massive big thanks to all of you for joining me here today. A massive big thanks to all the supporters who super chatted or super stickered, who became a member themselves or who gifted memberships. Thank you so much, moderators, for keeping the chat once again friendly and accessible to everybody. Without you guys and without everybody, this channel wouldn't be what it is today. So thank you all so much for that. The Emirates A380 is vacating to the main platform area. And I am going to be vacating home and see you again tomorrow. For now, take care, stay warm, stay safe, stay healthy, and I will see you in the next one. Bye for now, guys.